Hey there, gorgeous gays. Version 2 here. We're back into Hollow Knight. We're back in Godhome. And we are back in the Hall of Gods. The spiders are happy. I'm not, though. Because, boy howdy, look at this list of what we've got left. We have Failed Champion. We have Markoth. We have Oro and Mato, but I haven't actually done those in the Pantheon yet. So I don't know if I should do those here, or maybe I should do it here to get practice on them so I don't have to fail repeatedly to them later on. We also have Nightmaking Grim. So whether we even get Failed Champion, Markoth, and Nightmaking Grim done today is a totally different question. That's the only three things that we have left for our Ascended journey. And all of them terrify me. And I don't know which one I want to leave Nightmaking Grim to last, because I want to end on one that I don't like. I mean, to be fair, if Nightmaking Grim changes, it could be awful. But I doubt it. But I doubt it, because my favorite fight in the game is Nightmaking Grim. So I want to save that for last, because I don't want to end on Markoth. But I also really don't want to do Markoth or Failed Champion. We should probably start with Failed Champion, because I've never even beaten that legitimately once. We beat that by pure, unfiltered, unadulterated cheese last time. I hung out on a wall until my spiders eventually killed it. And if I could do that again, I might, but I should probably fight it legit. But I should probably fight it legit and see how it goes. So, I'm very terrified of how this is gonna go. I have no idea if the game... I'm streaming on PC and I always forget how loud the game's got to be on your end compared to how loud I turn it up on my end. That was at 20, so maybe I leave that there. And if it's too quiet, then I can turn it up there. But I can turn up my master volume. Because there's one volume that I can turn up that'll make it louder for just me. And there's another volume I can turn up that will make it louder for both of us. And I have no idea if it's correct. I mean, those bongs were very loud. Maybe I do need to turn up the game. Let me put the game at 40. Let's see how that goes. Well, 30. I'll put the game at 30 and go boom, and we'll see how that goes. Because I've got no idea. I've got no idea. I remember editing the last one, it was too quiet. But I'm not actually sure. So we'll see how it goes. That seems fine. That seems fine. Maybe it'll actually be too loud. Whoa, Jesus Christ, you're fast. Oh god. Oh god, you're so fast. Oh my god. Calm down. Calm down. Fuck me. Fucking Christ. Okay, I've forgotten what this motherfucker was like. Oh dear god. Okay. It's too loud. I forgot how fucking quick he was. No wonder I hit on the wall for this fight. Oh dear god, he is so fucking zippy. Okay. Oh god, something fell on me. I sound is fine, no worries. Stop, Domino. So many worries. So many worries. I'm worrying Look at how many worries I have. Look at what's happening at me. Of course I'm worried. Look at what's happening to me. Of course I'm gonna be worried. Oh my god. What is this fight? I've completely forgotten how fucking ridiculous this is so quickly. He's so immediately everything. This is the boss that taught me how to play the game. He's so fucking quick. He's so fast. I died many, many times this entire stream, maybe just this. He's so fucking cool. I've forgotten what this was like. Again, I didn't even fight this properly last time. I fucking skipped it. Because I said fuck it. Okay. Okay. There is a okay, if he moves, if he jumps back, we just gotta kind of follow him. If he jumps forward, we dash past him. And if he goes to swing while he's standing on the ground, then we just gotta jump. A single jump gets past it. We don't need to dash, we don't need to double jump. A single jump get past that. So at least there's like something. Okay, well wait. Oh god! Oh god, okay, never mind. Never mind! Never mind anything that I said. He's so fucking quick. Oh wow, the frame rate's already tanking. Oh, is the frame rate already tanking? Oh dear God, are you serious? Oh dear God, my computer is already hating. Is the frame rate bad on your end, Domino? It looks like it's bad on my end, and I can't just tell. There's a lot going on here. I fucking hate PC gaming. I fucking despise PC gaming. I'm only playing this on PC gaming because the Switch version is, I consider, non-functional. I can't tell if it's the preview that's low, or whether it is actually low. It's really hard for me to tell. It's really hard for me to tell. Really difficult for me to tell. My browser crashed, so maybe I'm no reference. Shit, okay. I might need to restart the stream. Oh my God, I fucking despise PC gaming. If you're a PC gamer, I consider you kind of insane. I'll be honest. I don't know how people put up with PC gaming as like their main method of gaming of choice. I genuinely don't know how people do it. Like, I really don't get it. Oh God. There we go. Beat him up. Beat him up, beat him up, beat him up. Okay. So now he does this. To be fair, I can just do that. That's actually not that bad when he does that. Okay, when he's in a corner, it's a little bit hard to dash past him. I'm wondering if dashing past him is always an option. If that always works. Do I have Sharp Shadow on? I do, okay. Okay. I couldn't remember if I left that on. I did. I did leave it on. Yeah, I have no idea if the frame rate of the recording is bad or not. No idea. Because sometimes it's just on my end because it will just take away priority for showing the OBS. So OBS will slow down its frame rate, but the actual thing is fine. And then sometimes if it looks like it's slowing down in OBS, then it means it is slowing down actually. And it's very hard to tell the difference between them. Like a few hookups, but now it seems fine. Yeah, it may have just been that moment that I was having issues. To be fair, my damage right now is kind of busted, so maybe I won't have to actually hit him that many times to kill him. Maybe I won't have to actually hit him that many times and he'll die. Though I have no idea how many downs he takes before he actually dies. I do not remember. Ow. Ow. Dashing seems to be consistent on almost everything he does. You just need to be really quick about it. It seems like, well, if he jumps backwards, no. But if he jumps forwards or just hits you, it seems consistent that that dashing can get past him. Sharp Shadow may be the reason that's working though. I know Sharp Shadow gives you a longer dash, so it may be because of Sharp Shadow that the dash actually goes far enough. It could be that. Ow! I should probably scream for that part, shouldn't I? I should probably scream when he's down like that. It does more damage than a charge attack. I'll reboot my PC memory, some program is leaking. That's what I think happens sometimes with OBS. Because sometimes OBS will just start tanking CPU usage, which it never usually does. So, sometimes OBS does that. I don't know how anyone... Again, don't know how anyone... Oh my god, I didn't even see the thing falling from the sky there. I don't know how anyone games on PC, like, consistently. I mean, to be fair, I am streaming, so I'm adding another layer on top of what the computer can do to fall apart and die. As program shut down and eventually a blue screen. I mean, I imagine if I left it for long enough, that might happen. But it would just be, OBS sometimes will just rapidly start accelerating in its CPU usage. Typically, OBS CPU usage on my computer is only about 5%. But sometimes it will just start rapidly escalating. Like, it will just go up and up and up constantly. And it just keeps going until it gets to like 40, 50%. And I'm just like, oh shit, that's a problem. I think it's this fight specifically. I'm wondering if this fight specifically is what's causing the frame rate issues. Because there's just so many particle effects because of everything that's falling from the ceiling and all the dust it's having. This fight is filled with particle effects. Get away from the wall! Oh my god. Okay. My strategy doesn't work if he stays against the fucking wall. I think it might be this fight specifically that's causing the issues. Just because there's so much shit happening on screen at once. Like, I'm looking at the frame rate of the game looks like it's like 5 on OBS. I think usually the tell, whether it's the stream is having an issue, whether it's just the OBS preview, is if my face cam drops in frame rates, which my face cam seems fine now, so I think that's usually the tell. Or it might just be during parts of this fight, because look at everything that's happening. Roar! 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 Less stuff falls from the sky during that phase than just the normal fight. What is going on? What is going on? Is my damage really that fucking ridiculous? With what I've got equipped? And how much I've upgraded my nail? I'm knocking him down repeatedly. Or it might just be the fact that I'm standing next to him so much and just repeatedly hitting him. Oh my god, fuck off. Oh, thank god you moved. I don't like you there. There we go. There we go. Wow, really? Wow. Really? Seriously? That was like 10 minutes. What the fuck? I literally skipped that fight in the main game because it was too difficult. Much better, and I think the frame rate was only tanking while loading. Oh, that might be it. Okay. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay. Okay, so he's actually not that difficult. If you have Sharp Shadow on, he's not that difficult. Okay, no, it's no, it's something definitely going on. I can see my face cam is fucked. I might need to reboot the stream and the game. Yeah, no, it's fine on your end, seriously? Because I'm moving my hand like this, and it's a slideshow of like, I'm saying maybe 4 frames a second. Like I'm seeing places where my hand is just going, It's fine on your end, seriously? Wow, okay. Because it's awful on my end. It's awful on my end. So let me load up. I can literally look at what the stream's looking at. I forget I can boot up my own stream on Twitch. I'm drinking my solo and it's fine. Yeah, it seems fine. Okay. Okay. I don't know if there's a way to like tell OBS to divert or tell my computer to divert resources to different parts. Like, divert the most resources to the recording, divert the second most to the stream output, divert the third most to the game, divert the least to OBS preview specifically. I don't know if I can do that, especially as the parts that would want to be the most and the least are both within the same program of OBS. Don't know how possible that is. I know that the biggest streamers, like the people who could set that shit up and afford it, go for the gaming computer and the streaming computer, which I would like to do. And if I'm ever in a situation where I have the money to do that, I will do that because it makes life so much easier. But yeah, if it's fine on your end, then it's fine here. Also, what the fuck? Here I was pissing and shitting and farting about how fucking difficult Failed Champion was going to be because it kicked my ass in the main game. Wow, it really is just dash through the motherfucker and it's fine. Literally just press the dash button and it turns out it's okay. I think it's only because of I think Sharp Shadow was what made that strategy work. Because you can see, like, if I stand here and I do Sharp Shadow dash, I go over to there. But if I do, like, normal dash over, I don't go as far. So I think Sharp Shadow was actually the thing that was making that a lot easier there. Because dashing through him was not, like, I didn't have to be that precise with it to get past him on most of his attacks. So any attack he did, I could respond to the same way. And because I said he was attacking really fast. But if you're standing next to him and just reacting to that, you won't have to... you dash out of the way out of the entire range of the attack. So by the time he attacks you again, Sharp Shadow will have come back. Wow, okay, that... Again, I'm pretty sure it was Sharp Shadow that did that fight for me. Anyway, who's ready for Markoth? Because it's not me. Though I am wondering if Markoth will... whether Markoth will also be assisted by Sharp Shadow. Should I just kill Markoth by just dashing through him repeatedly? Would dashing through this motherfucker be a way of actually trying to kill him? Because if so, that might make my life a little easier. Not really. This fight fucking sucks so bad. This fight is so... I'm already back here and I hate it. I'm back here again and I already hate it. I did have the idea, between recordings of... I think charge attacks might be a wise idea for part of this as well. Ow. Like nail charge attacks. Because the nail charge attacks might hit him through his shield, just because of the size of the hitbox. Like, especially the dash one. Yeah. Oh god. So I did have that idea, so we can try that and see if that works. And we're saving a lot of magic for phase 2. Like, if he just stands over there, I can just... Ugh, God. I hit him and then it moved him away from me further. Also, charge attacks will just mean I'm doing more damage to him. Much harder to play the game while doing this. God damn it. Much harder to play the game because I'm, like, holding this. I need to go for the Nightmare King Grim strategy. The way I beat Nightmare King Grim the first time was I was holding the charge attack on one of the fucking triggers. Like I was fucking... Like I was rechanging my controller to charge up fucking Blue Rose. That's how I did Nightmare King Grim before. And we're about to fight him later today. Maybe that'd be a wise idea. Put one of the triggers back onto attack for this fight, so I can charge an attack while I'm platforming a lot easier. Oh, stop! Sometimes he runs away from me, and it makes it impossible to fucking hit him. And sometimes the motherfucker will just chase you down. I hate this fight so much. Fuck. And let go of attack fast enough for that. This fight is such horseshit. This fight is just terrible. It really is. Oh my god. Is just the worst. And from what I could tell, it's pretty consistent that people just fucking hate this fight. Like, this isn't just a me thing. This is just like the community in general despises Ascended Markoth, and he's like one of the worst fights in the game. No. Sorry, is the worst fight in the game. I kind of wish I failed at Failed Champion a bit longer, because then I wouldn't be here. Then I wouldn't have to be here so quickly and immediately. Oh, god damn it. Ah, fuck. I mean, even this strategy of trying to hit him with the charge attacks is still not easy. Because if I fuck up the platforming, then I just take damage anyways. This fight is so awful. I'll be honest, this fight, biggest reason that I'm not going to do all the the next one was a Radiant or whatever it was. Biggest reason I'm not doing the Radiant fights. God damn it. God damn it. Not that I would do them anyways, but if there was a part of me that said maybe, this fight turns around and says definitely fucking not. Oh my god, how fucking far does that shit go? Because it's just so much RNG nonsense. It's such a specifically annoying way. Like, I've said it before and I stand by it. I fucking love this game. This game is incredible and I love and adore Hollow Knight. May not be like top 10, but it's probably top 20 games of all time for me. My favorite Metroidvania and my favorite Souls game. Both of those at the same time. Despite how much I enjoy a lot of it, there are certain aspects of the game that I genuinely think are some of the worst design decisions I've seen in a game. Or at the very least, for me personally. This fight being one of them. Like, this fight really does just feel like, what if a boss fight was just designed to feel awful? Now, to be fair, I also don't go out of my way to play trash. I know a lot of people will talk about where it's just like, if you think this is bad, then like you've not experienced truly bad game. Like, if you think these games are bad, you've not experienced truly bad games and stuff like that. I don't go out of my way to play bad games. In fact, I go out of my way to not play bad games. I have a pretty good track record of only playing good shit, except for Kingdom Hearts. Oh, sick burn on viewers from a decade ago. But out of games that are good, out of games that I overall enjoy, I do think this is one of my most hated boss fights I've ever played in a game that I have thought was good. And I genuinely, sincerely mean that. Just no part of it is satisfying or fun or enjoyable. Every single aspect of it is only irritating and infuriating. And it's the same with, like, again, love the game. Think it's great in so many ways. The muffle aspect of the game, possibly one of the worst sound design decisions I've ever played in a game that I otherwise thought was a good game. The muffling stuff is the worst, and I genuinely don't know why you would think it's okay or acceptable to make your game like that. And it's why I can't play Silksong on release. Because there's a chance that Silksong will also have it, and if Silksong has it, Silksong's unplayable for me. Like, it's incredibly... Oh my god. It's incredibly not exaggerating to say that the muffle makes the game unplayable for me. It causes, like, physical pain. After the first time I tried to play this on Switch, it genuinely took a couple of hours to recover from that first stream because of how bad the muffle is. I know I'm particularly susceptible to that, and that is very much a me thing. But even outside of my specific quirks with how, like, auditory processing and stuff happen for me, even outside of that, I don't see how it's a good feature. Oh my, sometimes you will just sometimes he just chases you to the end of the fucking world, and you can never get away from his goddamn rotating shield. And then sometimes he runs away so much that you can never fucking hit him. Just die. Just die. Just fucking end it all. Oh god, I hate this fight. God, I hate this fucking fight so fucking much. Why are we back here? Ah, fuck. Why am I doing this to myself again? We have Nightmare King Grim to fight, for fuck's sakes. That shit is so cool and fun. Why am I doing this to myself? Why is this how I'm insisting on spending my Friday afternoon? Okay, to be fair, I thought a lot more of my Friday afternoon we spent on Failed Champion. And then we did that in fucking 10 to 15 minutes. Like, I can't even say, oh, let me just play it safe. Because sometimes you will just chase you down. And it becomes way harder to just, like, wait for it. Stream Deck updates available. I'll pass, thank you. Every time I update Stream Deck, it doesn't work. Every single time it updates, I have to fix it. I like fixing it. Doesn't have any issues right now, so I don't need to update. Okay, that confirms I can indeed just hit his ass through his shield. He just T-poses and asserts dominance. He's just standing there, menacingly. Fuck! I hit the wall and I... God damn it. I haven't even hit the second phase yet. I haven't even hit the second fucking phase yet. He's just the worst. He's just so awful. He's just the worst. Like, I'm genuinely terrified of him showing up in a Pantheon. Because well, to be fair, if he shows up in a Pantheon, hopefully it'll be the normal attuned version. So, we'll have a flaw. Which makes a huge difference. So it really does, because I don't know if anything is different other than the lack of a flaw. But how much of a difference that makes in this fight, it really does just feel like they weren't like, how do we make this fight harder? And they said, oh, let's remove the flaw, because we've done that for some of the other spirit bosses. And I don't know if anyone tested it. I don't know if a single person on the game who has, like, control over decisions of how the product turns out. I don't know if a single person playing the game actually tested the fight without a flaw. Because I really think if they did, it wouldn't be in the game like this. Like, I do genuinely think this fight is that bad. And it's not just me. From what I can tell online after the last time this happened, I can tell it's not just me. In general, people hate this fight. So part of the issue of trying to hit him with the charge attacks that aren't the slashes is that it knocks him back, and if I hit him through the like, depending on where I hit him, knocking him back can just knock the shield into me. Because Markoth is such a well-designed fight that the act of hitting the boss can move the boss's hitbox into you to damage you, because it's such a well-designed fight. Because it's just such a well-designed fight that doesn't need to be patched out of the game. This is a fucking nightmare. This is a fucking nightmare of a fight. Like, it's generally one of 2 fights in the entire game that I've come back another day to beat. The other one being the first time we did Nightmare King Grim. And I think I had 1 or 2 attempts at it in the previous one, where I had like an hour last time for this motherfucker. It's also physically hurting my hand. I didn't even... It spawned in the fucking... It was literally off screen. It was literally off the side of the screen that one spawned. It spawned so far into the wall I literally couldn't see it. Come on. Or I'm blind and an idiot, which is also, I mean, possible, but still. Come on. I hate this. I hate this with a furious passion. Oh, fuck. Okay, that was just me missing the platform. It's amazing how much holding the charge button is distracting me from basic platforming. Again, it's that shit where, like, I'm so heavily reliant on muscle memory that a slight change around of controls can just immediately fuck me up in terms of, like, basic skills. Because I'm so heavily reliant on muscle memory for how the controller works. It's come up in a couple games where people are just like, recommend, I'm having this problem with the controls. Try changing the controls. And then just changing them slightly, I butcher every single aspect of controlling it. Every single aspect of controlling the game. Not just the button that I'm like changing, but everything else around it gets completely fucked. Just because of the way my muscle memory works for it. And if one thing changes, like, if one button changes in the middle of doing something, then my hand's memory of how the rest of the controller functions for that game goes out the window if one thing is different. It's come up a couple of times where if I start learning a game with one set of controls, I kind of have to keep it that way because otherwise I won't be able to ever play it again. Play it with anything else. There's been a couple of games where I've changed it and I've just had to just put up with it to learn it, how it's different. I think Astral Chain was a big one for that. Astral Chain's default control scheme just wasn't working for me. But trying to change it was a nightmare on my hands. But I had to just stick with it and eventually get it. Because I couldn't play it normally. Or I switched it back because it fucked up my hands, like my memory of my hands so much. Nier Automata for me. Honestly, Platinum games in general. I can understand it that being the case for people. Platinum games in general. I feel like control schemes for Platinum, they're designed the way that they are. And they work very well for what they are, but they're very much a type of control scheme that can just fucking not cooperate with someone. Because of the way that they have their layouts. I think Astral Chain was just one that specifically got to me because of the way it works. By the way, we're at phase 2. How much easier once I made L on the Firebomb windly enough and got that to relearn everything? I'll be honest, I think I did the same thing. I think I did the same thing. Because if I think about Nier Automata, L1's fire for me as well. So I may have changed it to the same thing. Yeah. That actually, yeah. I think Nier Automata may have been another one for me for that. Because I think I did the same thing. I think I made L1 fire in that game. Because typically, because Platinum games are so heavily reliant on dodging, because so many Platinum games are built on iframes, they always have the dodges on the triggers to make sure that your hands are typically unoccupied with anything else to get ready to dodge, whereas attacking is way, like, much easier to do, like, usually not as strict of when you need to attack or anything in a Platinum game, so that's why they're on the face buttons. Because you can press multiple buttons and be doing different things. Whereas they want your dodges to be, you're ready to dodge or do any of the trigger buttons on an instant at any time, and those fingers will never be distracted by anything else. And that's why they do that. But, like, it's also different. That's, like, the exact reverse of how Dark Souls lays out its buttons. So. Then you don't have to let go of fire to dash. Wait, now I'm confused. Wait, for Nier Automata for you, what's the dash button then? What's the dash button for you in Nier Automata then? Because I had fire on one of the buttons and then dash was on one of the other. Oh, two? Okay, okay. Oh, because fire was, yeah, because fire defaults to R1, is that it? Fire defaults to R1? I think that's it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I made the same thing. But yeah, I think I did the exact same. Change then, yeah. I think that may have been what I changed in Astral Chain to make one of the triggers the dodge instead. I mean, Astral Chain has a hard time working out its control scheme just because the game's asking you to do so many things, and what to prioritize there is obviously difficult. And then you've got the obvious example that I literally referenced earlier of Devil May Cry 4 and 5 with Nero. Because once you get to like high level or just unlocking your whole kit as Nero, the game wants you to be pressing so many fucking buttons at once. And honestly, to the point, it's to the point in, damn it. It's to the point in Devil May Cry 5 where there's too many buttons to press at once. There's no control scheme in Devil May Cry 5 that'll actually let you do everything Nero can do at once comfortably, because he actually just has too much shit by that point. Because you want to be holding Blue Rose to charge, but you want to be doing exceeds after your attacks, but you also want to be doing the knuckle after your attacks, but you also want to be combining like your normal attacks and doing your lock on at the same time. You've also got like the Devil Bringer arm and and any of the Devil Breakers that you want to be like. There's so much shit. There's just so much shit. I mean, endgame DMC Devil May Cry 5 Nero is like doing everything at once is designed for the absolute most cracked. Oh my god, I fucking hate you, Markoth! I go to dash past him and then he moved so his shield was on the platform that I was aiming for. Markoth, you're a cunt. Pretty sure I made the Mark Cunt joke several times before. God damn it! I dashed to get. So that's the issue, is that I'm using the dash attack to like get close enough to hit him. But then because I'm using the dash to get towards him, I can't dash back towards the platform. Oh god. Oh god. So I'm kind of just treating this like it's a Donkey Kong Country where I'm just constantly holding the run button. And I'm like with the Y button, and then I'm jumping with B. I'm kind of treating it like Donkey Kong Country right now.
Bill, mine.
Fucking dick, piss, shit, fuck, cunt, fuck ass. Why don't my YouTube videos get demonetized? Why do my YouTube videos get demonetized? Motherfucker rotated his shield after I hit him, sitting on a ledge. Been playing PS5 Ratchet and Clank game, and same trick can be used to aim barely touching it and shoot pressing. One of the ways that the PS5 can actually use its triggers effectively. Returnal, a game that I do want to get back to, but if I got back to it after I started, I believe Returnal had normal fire was tapping the button. Oh my god. I said the word tap, so I tapped the trigger, because I'm a dumbass. But if you pressed it all the way, that would be the alt fire. Yeah, I said the word tap, so my finger wanted to demonstrate it by tapping it. Because I'm a dipshit. Can you believe there are people out there who consider me smart? I don't get it. I don't get it. Every time someone in my life says that I'm smart, I'm just like, have you fucking met me, cunt? I sometimes get that like on streams or YouTube comments. I sometimes get it at work. Sometimes get it hanging out with friends. And I'm just like, have you met me? I'm not smart. I just talk a lot. I genuinely think that's the reason why some people consider me smart. Because I have the ability to talk a lot. And they're just like, oh, if you're talking a lot, then you must be confident in what you're saying. And if you're confident in what you're saying, then you must know what you're talking about, so therefore you must be smart. No, not even slightly. In fact, I dare say it means the exact opposite. I talk a bunch because I'm incapable of shutting up, because I'm a narcissistic piece of shit. Because I'm a dumbass. Totally different. Totally different. Mood. I mean, I've made both of my jobs just non-stop talking, so you know. You think I'd start getting good at it at some point, but no, apparently not. God damn it! God damn it! It's amazing how much I butcher words or just flub sentences, despite how much I talk. Or maybe it's because I talk so much that I do that. Maybe my tongue's getting exhausted from the amount of energy that I put it through. So just talk all day and then talk all night. So, oh, God damn it. See, the thing that people may not realize, you're taking shortcuts. It's called the Australian accent. The thing that people don't realize, and I don't know if this applies to other streamers, or maybe I'm just, as I said, a narcissistic asshole. I've seen some people, like, especially, I mean, a lot of it was growing up when the whole streaming and Let's Playing thing wasn't as big, and I was like one of 10 people online who did it and stuff like that. God, you know what? This attempt to wash. I'm just gonna die. I'm just gonna die. People just go, how do you come up with all of this stuff to say? Like, when I'm playing a game and I'm talking, I've got, like, if I was to talk while playing a game, I wouldn't be saying much. And I'm just like, well, I'm coming up with shit to talk about. Like, people are just going, like, if you've played a game before, then what? Do you just spend the whole time just going, oh, I've seen this before. Oh, I've seen this before. And I'm just like, no, I come up with something interesting to say. But then people are just like, how do you, like, talk while playing a game? And it's just like, that's so weird. And I'm just like, do you think that I only talk while playing games when I'm streaming? Motherfucker, I've always been like this. I talk out loud in streamer voice to myself repeatedly, constantly. That's just how it works now. You think I'm acting right now when I talk like this and putting it on for the stream? Yeah, but I also just do that in my own life now. So, I don't know. This is... rewires my brain. It comes up with stuff that we were talking about in the Discord earlier. Being a content creator rewires your brain. You become a different person. We're talking in the Discord about how I can't play games outside of streaming anymore because I feel guilty if I'm playing a game and the chat isn't there and stuff like that. And now there's a lot of other content creators who feel the exact same. Doing this shit rewires how your brain works. I swear, it really does. It really does. Like, on a fundamental level, doing shit like this changes how your brain functions. We're gonna be very interesting to see, like, in 50 years when people start doing, like, autopsies and brain scans on streamers and just seeing how fucking warped this goddamn lump of mass is in our heads because of this shit that we do. Because boy howdy, does it fucking change you. It really does. I talk all the time when I'm alone. See? You'd be great at this shit. I should turn my illness into a creative outlet too. See? Now you're getting it. Now you get it. Now you get it. I mean, it's kind of a wild difference. I mean, just between recording on my own before and streaming, how different it is for me. I try to do it in a similar way that I did before, and I don't think the style of my content has changed drastically as a result, but it definitely has changed just because, you know, the chat is there, and stuff like that. But I don't know. I feel like it's just a perception over time of how people do it, but also just with the streaming it, like, knowing that there's an audience who is watching it live directly, I feel like makes a lot more people consider it to be a more legitimate form of entertainment compared to before. Or maybe it's just a time thing. Just how many people would just be like, why do you do this? Who would find, like, Let's Plays interesting? How would you find it interesting to just talk to yourself while playing a game and stuff like that? And I'm just like, I don't know, because I'm a person who likes sharing my experiences with other people. But, like, when I was doing it on my own, a lot more people would be judgy about it in terms of just, why would you do it? Like, why would you find it interesting to do? Why would other people find it interesting and stuff like that? But ever since it's gone into streaming, and more people who were judgy about that have seen me or anyone else stream, I feel like people have get it, like, people who don't, like, watch Let's Plays or streams. People who don't watch that, they can tune into a stream, and it's been a lot more consistent of, oh, they get it. It makes a lot more sense why people would find this interesting with that. So if I find it easier to talk when I go to LP than talking on a live stream with 0 viewers. I mean, for me, I probably am lucky in the fact that I recorded on my own for so long before I started streaming. Because now if I don't have anyone watching, I can still talk away and yammer away. If the chat, like, even if the chat goes quiet for 20 minutes straight, I can still know what to talk about. Obviously, the chat makes it a hell of a lot easier and a lot more comfortable and just a lot more fun. But I don't need the chat there to have anything to talk over. I totally get it for people where it's just like, you're putting it out there live, but if you're not getting any immediate feedback, it's just like, oh, what do I do, what do I do, what do I do? And I totally get that. It's just, I was doing that for a long ass time beforehand, so I'm used to it. So I'm used to that feeling. I mean, that's part of the reason that I designed my layout the way that I have. If you look behind the chat, there's always the pictures of the stream, of the game behind the stream chat. The reason that I have those pictures there is so if no one shows up to a stream, it's not just a blank, empty box. It's got a picture in it that's relevant to the game. So it's not as noticeable, oh, it's empty and no one is talking. It's just like, oh, it's a picture of the game next to the face kit. So it doesn't feel as forebodingly lonely. That was something that I did when I first made the stream layout and first started streaming, of just knowing, if no one tunes in, I don't want an empty black box that's a lot more noticeable. I mean, obviously, if you see any of my other stuff, you'll see the stream chat there. And it will be obvious that no one is talking if it is empty. But it still helps with it not feeling as, like, it's lonely and it's only lonely. It's just like a, oh, I'm doing it on my own kind of thing. Okay, hi, full magic. How do I approach you? Never mind. I die. To be fair, I streamed twice, both times or 12-hour streams. I don't think I've done that once. I've hit 11.5. I don't think I've hit 12 once. I also feel like if you've only ever streamed twice and both of them were 12 hours, God howdy, those would be fucking exhausting streams. There's also another big difference with streaming compared to just recording on your own. It is significantly more energy expenditure to do it. It takes so much more energy to stream. Even if you, like, in the way that you talk, you have the same energy and output level. How much more there is to focus on for streaming. Like, reading and responding to the chat adds so much on top of it. I mean, you're already playing a game and talking at the same time, which is, like, already doing a lot at once. But adding the chat onto it's a lot. Again, there's no way I'd ever want to go back to just recording on my own permanently or anything like that. There's no way I would. Nor would I ever fuck. Just die. Nor at this point would I ever want to give up streaming in any capacity. I will continue doing this shit for as long as it is a thing that is physically possible for me to do. I fucking love and adore it. It is genuinely one of the highlights of my entire life, is the fact that I'm a streamer. Like, even the fact that I'm not a super ultra huge mega famous streamer or anything like that, it's still, I would say, one of the best parts of my life is the fact that I'm a streamer in terms of just sheer enjoyment and satisfaction I get out of it. But, dear God, compared to normal stuff, it is immensely tiring. Like, it is kind of wild that streaming is the format that, like, has dominated so much of gaming culture. When you realize, I mean, in one sense, it kind of makes sense that gaming is the place where it would happen. Gaming in of itself, like, video games in themselves are already these multimedia, like, entertainment pieces of, like, graphics and storytelling and sound design and gameplay. Like, there's so many different creative fields that go into a video game that are designed for a person to experience all at once. So in a ways, it does make a lot of sense that streaming would be the thing that gamers would gravitate towards. Something that in of itself is basically another level of a, like, multimedia entertainment thing of seeing the person who's doing it, seeing the game that they're playing, see the people that they're talking to and stuff like that. Like, there's a lot going on at once. So it kind of makes sense that games would go for that. But it's just like, wow. We've really asked, like, gamers to just say, hey, do this thing that, like, just takes a shitload of energy as, like, oh, goddammit. As, like, our format of, like, socialization and entertainment that we produce among ourselves. Like, people who are into sports will get around and, like, do sports podcasts, or, like, just sit around in places and watch it together. You got, like, your fantasy league stuff. But I don't know of anything that, like, outside of, like, professional level stuff, I don't know if there's anything that, like, is as so much shit going on at once for people who are watching sport other than playing the sports themselves as, like, a hobbyist. But the streams are just so over the top. Oh, you already get 2 shields. Nice. Actually, that was 24 hours because I cut in half, so I guess 4 12-hour streams. Oh, God. I did 1 stream and I immediately got hit. So our streams are just dumb, don't. I wasn't planning. I'll be honest. I wasn't planning on it. I'm just kidding. I'm a streamer. One day I'll do the ridiculous long ones. The only reason that I haven't done any ridiculous long streams, lately is just because I can't afford to take the time off work. I work 6 days a week. Do you know how many of those days a week my pay goes towards rent? 5. The last day goes towards bills and groceries. So I can't really have time off to do any streaming ideas. I wanted to do a 100% speedrun of Breath of the Wild before Tears of the Kingdom came out. I had it planned. I was getting the way I was gonna do it ready and stuff like that. And then I started living on my own, and I'm just like, I can't take 4 days off work to play Breath of the Wild. I can't afford to do that. So we're not gonna do it. I timed that the literal worst way I could. Just die. Watch all the speedrunners since the games is always the same over and over. They tend to be surprisingly chill. Yeah. Anytime I've watched speedrunners, it's very similar. You'd think speedrunning would be intense because you're always trying to beat a record, but you know, they're relatively chill. I still feel like a big issue in terms of me being like broadly approachable for a lot of people to watch is that I perfectly thread the needle of being too hype and over the top for people who want chill streams, but not being hype enough or not having enough going on at any given time for me to be the type of streamer who, like, for people who just want to see the hype shit. I run that perfectly fine line between too over the top and too chill for, like, a whole bunch of different people to super vibe with. I mean, I think at this point, like, I don't consider myself to be, like, one of the best streamers out there, and oh my god, I deserve to be famous because I'm so fucking good at this. I don't consider anything like that. I definitely would consider myself at this point a good streamer. I try to deliberately make it very unclear what my self-esteem is. I deliberately, as a joke, because I find it funny, because I'm an idiot, I like making people very unsure of what my self-esteem is and what I actually think of myself. Part of that might be because I don't even know what I think of myself. But when it comes to, like, streaming, I'd say I'm a good streamer. I definitely think I'm a good streamer. But I completely understand that I'm not a widely, I'm not someone who would appeal to the widest demographic of people. And that's fine. I have no issue with that. I do think a big part of it, I think the main thing getting in the way of me being more popular is just discoverability. There's nothing about my streams from an outside perspective, if you've never seen it before, that's just like, this is why this content is unique or different to a lot of other people. And to be fair, I don't even think that my stuff is overall super unique. I do blind playthroughs of games. It might just be more unique in the sense that I do way too many different games and I go through, like, everything that I can in a series. Like, if you're after someone who plays a bunch of Yakuza games, I've played Dead Souls, but also, there might be other people out there who play Dead Souls. Do you want someone who plays all the Yakuza games and does all the sub-stories? There's probably not a ton of them. But from an outset, that may not be what you want to watch, because who wants to watch someone spend 100 hours on each individual Yakuza game? But also, from the outside, it's a bit harder to notice that. I mean, the most unique thing about my content would be the way that I talk. I definitely think I have a unique commentary style. Just in terms of the way that I talk about my opinions on games and just the topics I'll talk about, and things like that. But, oh, wow, that just went straight up the wall, huh? Huh. Nice. Cool. Pog. Fucking tits. Fuck yeah. Makes me want to do a sex on something. Odd time zone, long playthroughs of niche games, a single person. A single person is also, yeah, part of it. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. I mean, to be fair, I don't think I played the nichest stuff in the world. I've just played a decent amount of niche things. Yeah, the main reason that I'm not more popular, I'm willing to put down as primarily discoverability. Like, I don't think there's anything I would need to, I don't think there's anything about my content that I could change to get myself out there more without removing what I like about how I do it. And again, that's fine. That's fine. I have the viewers that I do, and that makes me happier than you can possibly imagine. One YouTube algorithm cares about the proportion of your content that gets watched. Yes, and I'm someone who makes a point of doing as many different things as possible. So that also is part of an issue. That's also part of the issue. YouTube is just like, find your gimmick, find your thing and stick to it and cultivate an audience around that specific thing. My specific thing, though, is me as a person. And so then my philosophy of how to do LPs is I want to do a wide enough variety of different games that if you like me as a person and you like watching my stuff, then hey, I should usually be doing one type of game at least at a time that you'll be interested in watching by just doing a lot of different things at once, which is a very bad idea if you want to get popular, but also that's not my goal, so you know. It is very funny to not, like, I've known so many people who have wanted to become, like, Let's Players or subsequently streamers when that started really taking off. Like, you'd have a lot of people who would mock me for this, and then some people who would just be like, I know what you seem to do, what you do is cool, like, I kind of want to get into that. Then you'd have the people who do both, which was lol. But so many people were just like, oh, I didn't get popular within a month of doing this. I'm giving up. And I feel like me having done this for like fucking 14 years and at no point have I made it big, I think is a testament to, do you do this because you want to get famous or do you do it because you want to enjoy it?
Bill, mine.
You're in the middle of the arena. That was gonna hit both walls no matter what. Markoth, you're a cunt. All variety streamers get ruined. Yeah. Again, my hope is for people to find me is just people want to watch this, want to watch an LP of an insert game here. And then if they want to, damn it. And if they want to tune into mine, then they do, and ta-da. I have new viewers. Again, if my goal is to get big, I do literally anything differently, but I enjoy it. Like, it's a thing that you say, like, a lot of really big content creators I've seen express it in terms of what should I do if I want to get into content creation? And the number one thing that most people say is the first thing you should do is make sure you enjoy it. And as someone who isn't one of the big ones, I would completely agree with that sentiment. I don't know how genuine it is coming from some of the bigger ones, considering they can say, oh, I enjoy it. And I also, by doing the exact thing that I enjoyed in the way that I enjoy it, I got famous for it. But as someone who isn't one of the big ones, I can say, yeah, absolutely. The most important aspect of getting into content creation is that you actually enjoy it. Because making sure it takes off is very difficult. And also, if you don't enjoy it and it does take off, then why would you want to do it? Like, to be completely serious, doing this as a job, you would only choose to do this as a job if you liked it. Because if you wanted to, like, if you wanted the pay that's, like, streamers get, outside of, like, the biggest of the biggest of the big, right? But, like, if you wanted a job as a streamer, but you were in it mainly for the money that, like, the average streamer who does it as a job gets, there'd be so many easier ways of doing it. The main reason that people would choose to do it this way is because they enjoy it. Fucking watching the, Kid Icarus had a video about the process that Kid Icarus puts into making his content. Now, to be fair, Kid Icarus's modern content is some of the most high-effort, shitpost level stuff that is on the internet, I think. Like, dear God. Kid Icarus will do, like, fucking hour-plus long videos over several games that are very heavily edited content. Like, edits happening every couple of seconds. A lot of those edits being, like, different shots and sets and shit like that. And, like, he made a video that was just, here's how I make my video, and the amount of effort he puts into his videos and stuff like that. And again, this is a very high level of effort and stuff like that, but it's just like, if you wanted to make the money that Kid Icarus makes, there'd be easier ways of doing it than getting into content creation. If you didn't enjoy it, why the fuck would you do it at that point? Because fucking hell. And as someone who does this purely as a hobby, it's a significant portion of my life that I spend in hours doing this. Why? Because I fucking love doing it. So I've seen streamers who got huge and then had to adapt the algorithm because they couldn't pay their employees. I understand how he keeps his sanity, but I guess he loves it. Nah, to be fair, look at Kid Icarus' content. Do you think he has much of it in the first place? I love his content. I love his content. I took a long break from watching Kid Icarus because I watched some of his streams, and I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of Kid Icarus when it comes to him streaming, which is nothing against him as a person or anything like that. I just personally don't vibe with his streams. But like, he didn't put up any videos, and then I was just watching his streams, and I'm just like, I'm kind of not liking this. And then I just like forgot that he existed for like 2 years. And then I was recommended one of his videos, and I'm like, oh yeah, shit, Kid Icarus. And then I watched one of his videos, and I was like, oh, wait a minute, I really like this stuff. And then I had like fucking 10 videos to watch, and I was like, nice. So there was that. There was that. So I've become the backseat arsehole person when it comes to watching streamers. I usually don't catch people's stuff live because, well, I'm streaming myself, and people won't be streaming at times that I can watch because, well, no one can watch it at times that I stream, and vice versa. But I don't know, I've been watching a lot of VODs of streamers lately, and I'm just like, I'm becoming the backseat arsehole person. I'm just going, you're doing the thing wrong! So there's that. But that thing that you said before about streamers who got huge and had to adapt the algorithm so they couldn't pay their employees, genuinely, seriously, that is why I'm like, if the opportunity came up for this to become my job, I wouldn't take it. Or at least I would still work another job while doing this. I can't imagine turning streaming into my primary income. Even if the, like, not just because, well, I wouldn't get nowhere near enough of it now, but if the opportunity came up where I could do that, I still don't know if I would. Purely because of that aspect. The idea of having to change how I do this stuff because I need to rely on it for money terrifies me. Like, that scares the shit out of me. The idea that this thing that I'm doing because I enjoy it, and I do it the way that I do it because I enjoy that, but knowing if I don't change it, I won't be able to afford bills. Oh god, I'd have nightmares. Oh fuck. I mean, that's another aspect of, again, why, like, unless you enjoy the, like, content creation, why the fuck would you want it to become your job? Like, having to appeal to the fickleness of audiences and algorithms and the various platforms and the various ways they screw over people on their platforms. Oh, fuck. If you didn't do it because you genuinely enjoyed it, it would not be worth it. It really wouldn't. There's so many other things you could do. There's so many other things that you could do. Like, it is not easy. And I say this as someone where it isn't my job. I don't even have first-hand experience with how much it would be, but just from what I can do, just what I do as part of it as being my hobby, I can fucking tell you that, oh god. Fuck. I think of Stephen George, who has been vlogging every single day of his life for years. Oh yeah, I've seen his stuff, yeah. I've seen George's stuff, yeah. I mean, I don't know how Twitch is as a platform with it, because I don't know, like, I have basically no experience in terms of discoverability or finding new people or any of that stuff with Twitch, because my entire Twitch audience comes from either people just happening to click on my Twitch stream because of the game that I'm playing, or people coming from YouTube. And when it comes to me watching streamers, I don't go onto Twitch to find new streamers. I will find someone who I like on YouTube and then learn that they do streams through YouTube, and then I'll watch that. So I have no idea like what that process is like in terms of keeping like your money, your income in terms of what you need it to be for Twitch, other than like needing to remind chat frequently enough to give you money so you can afford to pay rent or anything like that. But for YouTube at the very least, I've been on YouTube for long enough, and just like as a viewer and a content creator, of just like, how many phases has YouTube gone through in terms of what they've prioritized and how they've adjusted that? Like, there was a point where long-form LPs were the king of the platform, because the way that YouTube prioritized how they recommended people, long-term, unedited long-form LPs were the king of the platform. And then there's changes of just like putting out as many videos as possible was the thing that was doing that. Where now, if you put out as many videos as possible, that's going to be your exact downfall, because now it's about how many of your views, like how consistently are your views viewed, and how consistently are they watched through and stuff like that. Like, I mean, I just need to say the word animators, and then just a bunch of people will just like have panic attacks about their dealing with YouTube and stuff like that. Or even just, or people like Steve and George who do vlogs. There was a point where putting out a video every single day, new content every day, would be exactly what YouTube wants. And something new every day, you're putting out stuff for people every single day, let's go! And now where it's just like, if you put that out, but it's just like, okay, but like, would you get... Like, YouTube will genuinely consider there to be a massive difference between having 10 videos with 10,000 views and one video with 100,000 views. So, even if all of those 10,000 views across those 10 videos were unique viewers and not one person watched the same video twice, YouTube would still consider that a massive difference. So putting up a video every day, unless you can get the consistent high viewers on every single one of those videos, YouTube will punish the shit out of you for it now. Somehow stop being profitable until he split his channel into 10 channels. Yeah, that's also part of it, where it's just like, why do YouTubers make so many different channels? Well, because the way YouTube metrics work. If you find out these people are only watching these videos, then that can have its own channel. If these other people are only watching these videos, that can be its own channel. And then those individual channels each will just be like, oh, this channel's always getting maximum views on every video. That it's just, oh god. Because this YouTube, like, being a YouTuber as a job has not existed for a shitload of time, and the amount of changes it has had in that time in terms of what YouTube prioritizes is fucking wild. And here I am still doing basically the same thing the entire time. The main difference being I now just, instead of cutting up recording sessions into multiple parts, I just upload it as one single long thing. Not because of YouTube recommendations or anything like that, just because it's easier. I used to go from like recording LPs once, maybe twice a week and cutting that up, to maybe doing that 3 or 4 times a week, to streaming maybe 3 or 4 times a week, to now where, well, I mean, to be fair, most of this year has been incredibly inconsistent because of life and work, but my goal is to stream 6 days a week. Imagine if I cut up all of those into multiple videos. That's just a lot more work for me. That's so many more thumbnails I have to make. So now I just upload full VODs because I'm lazy. Daily vlog channel, gaming channel, unedited VOD channel, shorts channel. Yeah, but make everything different, and then, yeah, because that's what YouTube wants. Meanwhile, I'm like, let's stream in French today. That'd be great if I can ever do the VTubing thing, and it all goes into the same channel. I'm not gonna make a separate channel for VTubing. I'm way too lazy for that shit. All the VTuber VODs would go onto the exact same fucking channel. I'm way too lazy to do a separate channel. I struggle to have a second Twitter account for my fucking Final Fantasy XIV OC, for fuck's sakes. Way too lazy for that shit. Oh, everything went bad there immediately in terms of that recovery. But the law, you gotta pretend it's your first video. I mean, I know what the first video is going to be. I know what the first video for the VTubing will be. In a way, it kind of acknowledges that it's the first video, and also that I've been doing this for several years. No, I'm not gonna answer why that's the how or why that's possible. Do you ever want to like pay someone several $100s to make a 3D model of yourself just for one really stupid bit, and then just continue doing that bit because it'll probably be fun? I'm pretty sure it was literally the last Hollow Knight stream that this stuff came up, but the idea of like I have a very casual kind of format as it is on my normal stuff, but the VTuber stuff would be significantly more casual than even this. JoeCat did it. JoeCat's was weird though. JoeCat did it, but also most people didn't get the joke because it wasn't very well done. Look, I'm not gonna say that I think most of JoeCat's bits are unsuccessful, because he focuses on a joke that is so esoteric that most people who are watching it aren't gonna get it. But I think JoeCat does a lot of bits where the bit is so esoteric that a lot of people who are watching it don't get it. Don't get me wrong, I like JoeCat and I like the stuff that he does. Some of the bits have been very confusing. Say signing a heavy agency, then 5 minutes later said, well, shutting down seems pretty straightforward. Yeah, but like he teased being a VTuber for a while, and then made a full model for it, and then people were like actually excited for him to become a VTuber, and then he didn't become a VTuber, and that's the part where people were confused by. And that was the part that people were confused of, just going, what? So I'm old school JoeCat fan. Fucking Grab Guide to Monster Hunter, let's go. No, I'm just kidding. I'm old school JoeCat fan. Shout out to Hijack. Shout out to Hijack. Don't worry, they're gonna finish that Dark Souls LP one day. They'll finish that Dark Souls LP one day. Again, the main thing I saw about the VTuber thing is just like he teased for a while of becoming a VTuber and then didn't do VTubing stuff. And that was the part that people were just like, okay. Well, JoeCat Mechanical Loop, only click on the videos with the cute thumbnails. If there's one thing I can say about JoeCat, again, I like JoeCat's content. I have nothing against him. I just think some of the bits just don't pan out. Like, I quite like him as a content creator. I just don't think all the bits go as planned. If there's one thing that I can say, wow, are people fucking losers for how much like harassment people still give him about the I Like Girls video. Out of all of the fucking things to harass someone over, harassing someone over that video is one of the most pathetic baby bitch things that a person can do. And if you do that, you're a fucking loser, like straight up. Like, if you think harassing JoeCat over the I Like Girls video is, like, worthwhile, you're a fucking loser. Like, like you're a baby bitch dumbass. Like, there's nothing else to say. It is that simple. One, it's a parody of the I Like Boys thing. Two, like, it's just, like, a thing about just, like, girls are pretty and hot and stuff like that. Like, what? The video is good! Like, it's not even a case of, I think it's kind of weird, but, like, I don't know. It's genuinely a good video. It's genuinely a good video. People are just fucking losers. Like, if you see a video about someone making, like, if you see someone making a video about all the different types of women that are out there and how they're all, like, beautiful in these different ways and I appreciate all of them, and you're just like, this person's a loser, that says so much more about you than it does about them. Like, like, you're telling on yourself so fucking hard by thinking that that is something that's worth mockery. So I'm saying you like short stacks and DOMs. He's saying what the people think. Okay, Midna fan. fully finished Twilight Princess. Maybe not. I don't know. Oh god. I hate this Markoth fight. It's so bullshit and fuck off and I fucking hate it. Oh, I fucking hate this fight so much. Oh, I fucking hate this fight so fucking much. You know, it is just wild. That was the thing that... I mean, to be fair, another thing in terms of just, like, absolutely ridiculous shit that, that people are, like, starting harassment campaigns over is fucking Bunlith, dev of, Bloodborne PSX and Bloodborne Kart. She made a meme of the Bunlith persona, just, like, saying basically, like, the exact thing of that Sonic meme that's been going around, of saying, I want worse game, I want shorter, like, I want worse games that are shorter with worse graphics made by people who work less, and I'm not kidding. A meme that has been going around for, I swear to God, 6 to 7 fucking years. And no one's ever had an issue with it. But then a trans woman makes the exact same meme with her persona, and suddenly it is a bunch of people harassing her over it and just being like, nah, that's a bad take, actually. Dev should be, like, forced to work overtime on everything. And, like, no one actually wants, like, indie games that have lower fidelity graphics. That's just a lie. And it's just like, what? Or just being like, well, her opinion's invalid because she would never buy a AAA game anyway. Okay, go onto her Twitch account and see how much she's playing Armored Core 6. Okay. Gamergate to Electric Boogaloo. It's just, like, it's so transparent that, like, it's the exact meme. It's the exact meme that has been going around for several years that no one's had an issue with. But the moment that a trans woman furry makes it, it's suddenly a thing that warrants a harassment campaign. And it is so fucking transparent, where it's just like oh, you're just doing this because it's a trans furry who's making this point. Because otherwise you would have done this to all of the millions of people who would have shared that meme beforehand. How do I do this fight? Ah! 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 It's like the whole thing when people question, do you need a palate cleanser? The thing is that the only palate cleanser that I have is Nightmaking Grim, and I don't want to save Markoth for last. I don't want to save Markoth for last. Maybe I do. Maybe I need something. So the issue with this fight is that I'm not getting better. And at no point in the last time I attempted this, or this time, I'm never getting better. It's just going to be a case of one attempt I happen to get it. Not because I improved or my skills changed, but because I just happenstance to do it. I didn't even see the one come from beneath me there. Welcome to my Markoth podcast, where we do nothing but stream Markoth all day. I really wish the Failed Champion... Somehow, I wish I was worse at the game, so Failed Champion took a little bit longer. Would have been nice if I didn't have to start this within like half an hour of starting the stream. Is that gonna hit me? No. Ah, shit. Okay. Oh yeah, I think that's what I gotta do. When I... Well, not that this will solve all my issues, but something that will cause me to be slightly better at some things. When I dash attack him, jump once, dash and hit him, and save a double jump for after I hit him to get back somewhere, because I can't dash anyway. Don't double jump and then do that. Insert discussion, like, point that I made before earlier in this LP about double jumps in video games, and how adding a double jump to a game is something that you should probably consider a lot more, because if you add a double jump, naturally most players will want to double jump, and in a lot of games, well, not a lot, but in a number of games, double jumping will actually make you worse at platforming than just a single jump, because you always rely on it, and the extra hang time can actually screw you over, and the changing of momentum can screw you over. That whole thing that I mentioned. I 100% not believe, no, that I've gotten worse at platforming in this game ever since I got the double jump. And I know exactly why. Like, this game is very much built around the double jump, and it doesn't need it. I would say the combat in this game is built around expecting you to jump out. Oh my god, are you serious? Jumping out of the way of something and then jumping back to safety is kind of expected of you in this game a number of times. So it's not that the game shouldn't have it, but I think seeing how people react with a double jump in this game is good at addressing the idea of how a double jump... Like, I double jumped into this wall. Did I need to do that? You're not anywhere I can attack you safely. Because you're a cunt. You're underneath the fucking ground right now. God damn it. This fight sucks. This fight is so fucking bad. This fight is... You could always go back to White Palace for practice. It's still possible we missed something in there. I'm not doing it today. I don't want to do anything else today. The next stream, we're gonna... The idea is that the next stream is going to be leaving Godhome and doing everything outside of Godhome that is left to do. Because then after that, we'll just be Pantheons until we finish the Pantheons. And then that'll be the LB. But you know what terrifies me more than right now having to spend a second stream on Markoth? Having to spend a third stream on Markoth in the future. I already had that before where I'm just like, I don't want to come back to Markoth on another stream. Like in the last one, I'm just like, I want to beat him today because I don't want to come back to Markoth. And I'm already hating that I'm having to do that now. Coming back a third time for this prick just sounds infuriating. He sucks so much. Oh my god. I'm just fucking out the platform a lot as well, which doesn't help. A big part of it is just I have no idea what to do for the second phase. The second phase is just... I think getting the second phase in of itself is hard enough, but that second phase is fucked. That second phase is fucked. I've done half bosses in Radiant, I still hate Markoth. Markoth is the worst. Again, I genuinely think this is among one of the worst boss fights I've ever experienced. Again, I'm not saying that it's one of the worst boss fights that maybe ever exists. I don't go out of my way to play bad games. But out of good games that I've played, I think Markoth's among the worst. Specifically Ascended Markoth. Specifically Ascended Markoth. Because I don't remember this being anywhere near this bad before. Oh god. Should I just try and shoot him with the sneezes? Because I want to scream him because of the damage, but I'm worried that screaming is actually going to just be way too hard to get off, that it's not going to be worth it. Like, I'm wondering if I should just try and sneeze him and hope that kills him. Because I don't... Damn it. Because I don't know if I have the ability to do anything else. Like, I don't know if I can scream and hit him. Especially with how can be inconsistent because it moves him. What's the other spell thing? Oh, striking nail. I was about to say, is there anything else that, like... No, I already have power and reduced cost. I might just try and sneeze him in that second phase. Because I've been trying to, like, line up to get him for screams. But the screams are, one, really hard to get off. And, but just because he has to be above you. And, obviously, shield. But also... I may not even get max damage off that. Because it can knock in, because he moves a lot when he gets hit. And if it moves him out of the range of the screams, then all the scream will hit him. And that's the only way the scream's powerful. Scream is the most powerful spell because it has the ability to not connect with all of its hits. It's kind of the trade-off of it. Which for certain boss fights, it absolutely tears apart. And it's really funny that one of them is the final boss. But maybe this is worth sneezing him. I can still get like 8 sneezes in on him. Considering how many nail attacks it takes to get him down to this phase. Where the fuck? Okay. I got hit there and I didn't even see where I was. Okay. I got hit and I just completely lost track of my character. I'm just like, where the fuck are you? And then I saw them just dying, and I'm like, oh, there you are. You're fucking dead. It might be worth just doing stasis and just seeing how that goes. And just hoping for the best. I do wonder how different Ascended Nightmare Kingdom's gonna be. And how much will my skills transfer back over from when I did it several months ago, once, to being able to do it now. That being said, when I did it very well. And when I did normal Grim last time, it went pretty well. Fuck. Though there's a big difference then, that's true. Well, I didn't hit you, you didn't hit me. We hover hands to each other. Neither of us were game enough to actually make a move. Well, none of us are sure the others can stand. Hard to say. Hard to say. Shit! Try playing Persona Dancing recently, couldn't even survive a song I used to perfect. See, I would struggle with it because Persona music sucks. Okay. I have no intention of playing Persona 5. I will say, Persona 5 soundtrack is good. I will say Persona 5 soundtrack is good. I don't think Persona 4's music is bad. I definitely think it's overrated. I don't think 4 has bad music, but people talk about it like it's one of the best soundtracks ever, and that I disagree with. Persona 5, yeah, that one you can have. Persona 5 you can have. Persona 5 genuinely has absolute fucking bangers. It does. I mean, even outside of me just being a hater of Persona, I'll be honest, I have a similar thing with Persona music. My thing with Persona music, specifically 4, is a very similar thing to Persona's UI and art style. Where I would think it's a lot better if the part that I didn't like wasn't so omnipresent. I think Persona 4 music is fine. I just think almost all of the vocals don't work with the songs that they've got. And also the opening track of Persona 4 is just bad. Like, the vibe that the game wants to give and the way the vocals are done just feels a bit too disparate from what the music is. And I think there's just a bit too much of a clash there. That I'm not a massive fan of Persona 4's music. And I have no idea of Persona 3 music, so... Oh, except for Mass Destruction. Because that's funny. Except for Mass Destruction, because that's funny. But it's also the same thing when people talk about Persona games being incredibly stylish. I'll be honest, I really did not understand when people said that Persona games were like super stylish and looked really good. I never understood what people meant for that. And then I saw someone make an edit of putting Persona 5 UI edited fully into something like Paper Mario, and I'm just like, oh yeah! The UI of Persona is good! It's just unfortunate that it's tacked onto possibly the worst anime art style I've ever seen. And I'm just like, oh, that's why I visually don't like Persona games. Because the anime art style in Persona games is god-awful, garishly ugly. And how bad it is takes away from how good the UI is. Oh yeah! That's what it is. That's what it is. Again, outside of me being a Persona hater, those are just genuine opinions that I have of... I think the vocals are a bit disparate for Persona 4, for the music and the game itself, and that their anime art style is fucking atrociously ugly and takes away from how good the UI is. And this is outside of me thinking that the series is made humanity a fundamentally worse thing that to exist. And that humanity would be better if Persona games ever existed. That's even outside. I just made every bad decision there. Like the people who made Persona 4. I looked at every option that I could and I deliberately made the worst ones possible. It's Started with dancing game at first as super long, super boring, painfully easy story mode you have to go through to unlock content, and casual xenophobia. Oh, nice! That may have been one of the ones they didn't get to mark off while they were doing, Persona 4. They got every other type of bigotry in Persona 4. So they had to make another Persona 4 so they could include the last bit of bigotry that they didn't get to include.
They are mine.
Desperately begging queer people to move on from Persona 4. You deserve better. So many queer people I've met just being like, Persona 4 helped me discover who I am, and I'm just like, that's fine. You deserve better, though. You deserve better than something that wishes you didn't exist.
They are mine.
Like, people are just like, Persona 4 deserves points because it acknowledged that queer people existed at a time when most media wouldn't. And I'm just like, yeah, Persona 4 acknowledges queer people that exists to claim how it shouldn't, how they shouldn't.
They are mine.
Like, it's that fucking tier list of types of fucking neo-Nazi, where the second highest step for neo-Nazis is the Holocaust didn't happen. And the highest step of neo-Nazi you can get to is, but it should have. Fucking, that's what Persona 4 is on the level of queer people. Queer people's in that final step. Queer people exist, but they shouldn't. Am I saying that the people who wrote Persona 4 are neo-Nazis? No. I'm just saying they're another form of extreme bigotry.
They are mine.
The hilarious thing is like, my LP of it from way back. There were a number of people who were like angry at me at first for the way I would talk about it, and then they'd watch more and more of the LP, and then get to the point where they're just like, oh shit, you're actually right. Like, this game is actually like aggressively awful.
They are mine.
I did change some people's mind in terms of, oh god, in terms of embracing Persona 4 as queer art. I was one of those people. Hi, sup, hi. Again, I think it's a big difference because I played it when I was a lot older than a lot of people who would have played it when it came out. I should have gotten hit there? Okay, I got like hit there to make up for it. You can add up so many elements of Persona 4 to get a very clear idea of what the writers think about various forms of people. And the picture that it paints is incredibly not pretty. It's a thing that I said in the game where I'm just like, the game uses the queer ideas to turn around and say it's okay to be straight. And that is literal text, I think. I would classify that as literal text. There are 2 separate dungeons where the purpose of the dungeon is to do conversion therapy on queer people. Where the end goal is to get someone who is clearly coded as queer and to turn around and say, you know, you don't need to be queer, you could just be yourself. And it's horrifying. Ow. And it's like, it's not even just queer people. Women in general, anyone who's overweight, anyone who's, any woman who is old, any woman who has the ability to decide, who has control of her own sexuality if she isn't, conventionally sexually, attractive. No, I went to sneeze on you and then you hit me with your shield. The problem with Persona 4 is just how much it ramps up all those elements more and more and more as the game goes on. Like, it starts off whatever, but as the game goes on further and further, even outside of, like, the main character dungeons being conversion therapy, the game as it goes on just takes more and more opportunities to just highlight its bigotries more and more frequently. Like, it doesn't tone it down as the game goes on to, like, say that, oh, this is okay. No, it ramps it up as the game goes on to find more and more ways of highlighting the game's internal bigotries. To the point where it's just like almost every scene, by the time you hit like October, is about being bigoted in some capacity. That's something to make that video I say on Catherine, sunk cost fallacy and all that. I mean, I've not played or seen Full Body, and I have no intention to. But Catherine in of itself, not good. Catherine in of itself, not good. Which sucks because that cheat minigame is great. It sucks because it's the thing is, there's ideas of Catherine that I like, and I just wish they were in a game that wasn't horribly awful. Fucking I make pseudo references to Catherine almost every time I play Yakuza. Whenever I order alcohol in Yakuza, the voice that I do and the way that I talk about it is meant to be referencing whenever you got the cocktail trivia in Catherine. Like, it comes directly from that. Erica would be a cool character if she wasn't written by a bunch of fucking transphobes. Like, it's just unfortunate that so much of the game, come on, please. Really? How many times do I have to sneeze on the cunt to kill it? There's also just so much of the game that is just like, oh, the difference between men and women, wacky. And on a personal level, it's just also painfully monogamous as a game. Which, again, personal thing, as someone, like, incredibly polyamorous / polygamous. As someone incredibly that, Catherine is painfully monogamous as a game. Which also, actually, now that I think about it, is also Persona. I didn't see it in the game, but people did already tell me that you're punished for having multiple partners in Persona. So there we go. Against people who are polyamorous, there we go. Another group of people that Persona hates. So would they treat they meant to treat Eric Obley and that they make the bad guy a transphobe? Then transphobia is either yet they're that little self-aware. See, the thing is, I just go back to, like, when people say that, oh no, you're reading into these Atlas games with too much bad faith. And I'm just like, you've just got to go to the interview where the writers of Persona 4, I think it was, just like openly said that they genuinely do not believe that friendships can exist between men and women unless sex is involved. Like, they openly said that in an interview. And I don't think you need to, and I think knowing that fact alone means that, like, you can read everything in those games that it says about queerness and relationships and women, and just realize that the worst reading is probably accurate. So it's the annoying thing about Atlas, because Atlas can write good characters. And when I say Atlas, I mean Catherine, Persona 4, and stuff like that. I know Atlas is a lot more as a company than that, but I'm talking about, like, these people of Atlas. What they're good at is writing good characters. The characters can, like, be fun and interesting and have, like, multiple aspects to their personality. And that's the part of, like, Persona 4 that kept me going for so long. When characters were just fucking talking to each other about nothing, when Persona 4 was being an episode of Seinfeld, it was really fun. It was, like, really good. But whenever the writers' many bigotries come in, it just becomes agonizing. So I guess it really is like Seinfeld. I guess it really is an episode of Seinfeld then, huh? But it's like, it's so irritating because, like, Kanji and Naoto and Erika are examples of, like, the ideas of queerness being used to espouse horrible, awful things. And the annoying thing is that Erika and Kanji and Naoto are really good characters. Like, they're really good characters that are saddled with this burden of being used to show how queerphobic the writers are. And even with all of that, they're still fun characters. They're still multi-dimensional characters and stuff like that. And it's just like, imagine what those characters would be like if they were allowed to be queer and the writers celebrated that they were queer and celebrated that they were embracing who they are as queer people. As opposed to what we got. Full body spoilers? Oh, I do not give a shit. I have no intention of engaging with full body in any capacity, so I will read those once I die on this attempt. I'm now worried I'm gonna have to actually scream this motherfucker to death. Because I can't kill him with sneezes. Unless I miss some of those sneezes. I was shooting from across the map. Ow. Okay, well. Okay, now the frame rate's dropping on my end. Like, in my game.
Bail mine.
My frame rate here is dropping. How's the frame rate on your end? Okay, no, my game is lagging to shit. Did you see that? I died and it was still made. What the fuck? I don't know what the fuck happened there. I mean, that one, like, because I died and then it started making, like, he was still attacking me sounds. It just tanked to shit there. Full body spoilers. Guy learns his friend is cheating on his girlfriend with another girl. Clenches teeth. Guy leans, wait. Guy learns his friend is cheating on his girlfriend with another girl. Clenches teeth. Guy learns his friend is cheating on his girlfriend with a queer person. Punches him. Game treats this as okay. Because of course it does. Because of course it does. Because of course it does. Again, this is the same game where one of the women is trans, and one of the endings of the game is people mocking one of the characters for sleeping with her because she's trans. Actually, wait, no, there's one thing that I am aware of about Full Body, which just turns the whole Erica thing into, yeah, they knew what they were doing. Doesn't one of the endings of Full Body untransition Erica? Isn't that one of the endings? Also, the credits of I believe the original release and Full Body, also in the credits dead name Erica. Like all the characters refer to Erica as Erica for like the entire game, and then the credits themselves have the listing by Erica's dead name. Which again, I think is very telling. The characters in the game will call her by her name, but to the dev's eyes, when it comes to naming the character in the credits, they go by the dead name because that's their opinion. They don't untransfer it, just one ending involves time travel. I mean, again, I think when it comes to these devs, the fair reading is the worst possible reading. I think the fair reading is the worst reading that you can give it. Because they've shown enough examples that you can probably go for what is the worst, like, way to read it and go, that's probably what they want. They treat two characters being trans as plot twists. Okay, in Catherine's defense, there's a lot of games that do that. Or not games, but there's a lot of things that do that. It's awful all the time, but at least that one's not a problem that's unique to them. One transition being revealed by accidental nudity. There it is. There it is. Now we've gone full Ace Ventura. Now we've gone full Ace Ventura. I see we're facing hell. We are, Doodles. That's why we're talking about Catherine and Persona 4 at the same time. I want to make this the worst possible experience for me. I want to make Markoth the worst thing I can experience, so I'm also talking about my most hated game at the same time. Because I apparently deserve to suffer. Welcome, Doodles. Welcome, Doodles. I beat Failed Champion in like 20 minutes. I'm so fucking mad. I went into today just being, we have Failed Champion, Markoth and I making Grim. And I was ready to fail on Failed Champion for most of it and then do a little bit of Markoth. And then I beat Failed Champion like fucking 20 minutes. And now I've been stuck here the entire time. Hell yeah. I learned you could, almost every attack that Failed Champion does, you could Shadow Dash through. Because I have the Sharp Shadow. If you just use the extended length of that dash, you can dash through almost every single attack it does. You go into bad places when you fight Markoth. I'm going into bad places when I fight Markoth. That bad place being the arena where you fight Markoth. This fight is so bad. It's so awful. But at least this fight isn't transphobic, so, you know. It's winning awards there. Slap that on the back of the box. Hollow Knight. It's not transphobic. Did they ever on Transphobia Deadly Premonition 2? Because I was excited for Deadly Premonition 2, because I like Deadly Premonition 1. But then before Deadly Premonition 2 was released, people were talking about how, like, there was some pretty, like, gross transphobia aspects of it, so I didn't play it. And then I saw that Swery was like, we'll fix that and change it, and I have no idea if that ever actually happened. Or whether they changed minor details, but, like, kept to the transphobic undercurrent to it. I have no idea. I mean, to be fair, I've also not heard people talk positives about Deadly Premonition 2 in the same way they talked about Deadly Premonition 1 anyways, so... I don't even know if beyond that it's worth it. Deadly Premonition 1's a very good game if you can handle the jank and can appreciate just existing in a game that wants to be a unique, silly thing. And also, if you like Twin Peaks, it's a very good game, which I like Twin Peaks. So, you know. I still haven't watched Season 3, though. Like a lot of things that I love. The new thing comes out for it, and I haven't yet to watch it. I haven't been watching Stone Ocean. I haven't watched Twin Peaks Season 3. So, you know, I'm a fake fan of everything, I guess. I'm too busy fighting Markoth to do all this shit. Wow, I just got fucking decimated there. What would be funny, a memes about Markoth that says he's transphobic, or memes that say at least he's not. I don't know. We have to make 2 separate Twitter accounts, post them at the same time, and see which one gets more retweets. If there's one thing I could say about this boss fight, there's one good thing about this boss fight. It's not actively transphobic while I'm playing it. Though to be fair, look at the trauma this fight is putting a trans person through. So I don't know. Would a non-transphobic boss fight do this to a trans person? I don't know. And by this, I clearly mean make me be born with this face. Go to bed as I miss about Markoth, wakes up J.K. Rowling's in the news, goes back to bed. He absolutely is transphobic. A non-transphobic boss. No, he is a transphobic boss, because what does he do during the entire fight? He chases you. The desperate desire to look trans enough that I get chases.
Mine.
It's like, I don't want any chases. But even one would at least be a little bit validating. But at least one would be slightly validating. It's like getting catcalled. Which, to be fair, has happened a concerning high number of times. There is one specific situation that I've been catcalled in, though I've been catcalled in that specific situation several times. The concerning thing is that it's when I'm in this room. My window opens up to a parking lot, and the number of times that I've been catcalled by people in the parking lot to me in my bedroom is very concerning. Very, very concerning. Like maybe 5 meters away from my bedroom window is where people park their cars. And it's at almost like the same level as my bedroom window. And I've been catcalled into my bedroom window like a number of times. Exclusively past like 11 p.m. at night, where it gets that late and I've got my like window open and then I'm in here and then I get catcalled and I'm just like, what the fuck? At least I know they're not transphobic, because if they're looking into here and they're looking at this, then they see the trans flag and see me in front of it and don't care and still want to see my tits anyway. So at least these catcallers aren't transphobic. They have as many positives as Markoth does. So there's at least that. One time my friend told me some worker was staring at my ass while my back was turned. No, I felt so simultaneously validated and offended. That... When a customer turns around and calls me a stupid bitch, and I'm like, oh my god, you're so right, I'm such a stupid bitch. It's like, oh my god, I'm a stupid bitch. Oh my, he's like totally. You're right, I am a stupid bitch. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm too much of a stupid bitch to pay attention to this boss fight. Explain to my dad that flirting in grocery store or in the bus is inappropriate. Can you explain that to like half of my customers who hit on my other half of my customers? Meanwhile, you get catcalled at home. I live in hell. I don't know if you've noticed this from any of the stories that I've spoken about working retail, but I live in an active hellmouth. You will never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy than the fucking place that I live. Fucking asshole customer at work yesterday, proving that perfectly, of just saying, hey, can you look at this for me for a second? And as she goes to pull out her phone, I'm like, sure. And then as I go to lean over to look at the phone, she turns on the light on her phone and holds it directly up to my face. Which, hey, it's me. That almost knocked me on the floor and knocked me out immediately. And then when I went off at her, she was like, what, you've got a problem with this? And then held it up again. Another customer stepped in to start yelling at her because I walked out of the counter ready to fucking hit her with her own phone. And then another customer stepped in and told me not to, and then he started going off at her. On French mate, we can get you in as a refugee. Thing is, it's not all of Australia that's this bad. Don't get me wrong. A lot of Australia is very awful. I don't think all of Australia is as bad as where I live. It's just where I live is filled with the absolute worst fucking people on the planet. It's not all of Australia, just 66% of it. I mean, half of the population probably doesn't live. No, this one's probably like a quarter of the population lives in this city. I feel cheating whenever I say, Sydney is this big. Sydney has this many people. Because Sydney's landmass is way too fucking huge for it to count. It's cheating. It's like when you look up and realize that Sydney technically counts as one of the largest cities in the world by landmass. And then you realize that it counts as that because Sydney's urban sprawl just goes on for so fucking far that what you count as Greater Sydney, which technically counts as Sydney, just goes on for fucking like a fucking hour and a half drive. It's absolutely cheating, and what people would call the city of Sydney doesn't count as all of that. Where I live technically counts as Sydney. Which is great, because it doesn't narrow it down for anyone who wants to dox me. I'm going to say 33% reference to the referendum. Are you referring to the fucking voice referendum that's happening later in Australia? Surely you do not know that much about our country. Surely you don't... Surely you... Oh. Sorry. We have a referendum happening later this year about the voice. You're talking about the gay marriage one. That wasn't a referendum, that was a plebiscite. That was a plebiscite. The difference being that a referendum is legally binding, and if you want to change the constitution, you have to change it by a referendum. Whereas a plebiscite is just a survey to help inform the government that isn't legally binding and isn't legally required to legalize gay marriage. They could have just done it if they wanted to, but instead they held a non-legally binding vote for it. And it's alright. That plebiscite is likely only part of the reason that my partner died. So, you know, it's fine. It's fine.
Bill, mine.
I hate this country. Have I mentioned that? Have I mentioned that I fucking hate this country? Legalized gay marriage in Australia v. 1/3 of people in Australia want me dead. Got it. Yeah, it's not encouraging. It's not encouraging when, like, the no vote was as high as it is. No, there's a referendum happening in Australia in October, I think they've confirmed the date, for what's called The Voice, which is basically, what if you wanted to pretend to give Aboriginal people something, and then most of the country kicked up a stink about giving them even a semblance of any form of progress towards any form of justice? You see, a lot of countries have some form of treaty with their Indigenous people. Most of those treaties are not good, but they have some form of treaty with the Indigenous people of the country that the white people came in and colonized and killed most of them. Australia doesn't have that. And instead of doing that, they're doing what's called The Voice, which the specifics of what that'll entail have been deliberately left unclear by the Prime Minister, because I'm just going until the Prime Minister wants it to be as non-powerful as possible. But the idea is that it will be honestly, from what they're saying, it's like an advisory council where it's just Aboriginal people will have like some form of advisory thing to have with the government to help advise the government on things, which doesn't sound at all like it can be used and abused to just do anything or just completely ignored. In Quebec, the referendum only refers to that one time 49.42% of people voted for separation from Canada. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Did people call it Quebexit? Because people should have called it Quebexit. Still such a hilarious number. You could have had Quebexit. Look how good it's gone for Britain. Still can't believe Scotland still hasn't gotten independence after Brexit. And then rejoined the EU. Like, God, it's so bullshit. The main reason that Scotland wanted to stay with Britain was to be part of the EU. And then Britain was just like, nah, we're gonna leave actually because of we're racists. The entire reasoning. Oh, it would be so different had this one event happened before I was born. I'm doing worse at this fight now. Or a couple months after I was born. World's great. World is great. There's so many good things in it. Got my dates mixed up. Such a player. You got so many people that you're meeting up with that you're getting them all mixed up. Can't remember who's who on what now. Damn Domino. Domino getting in there. Domino got that they them riz. It's a great joke and I hate it. This fight sucks! Sorry, just every now and then I remember where I am and I'm just like, oh, I'm in pain! Why? Because of your headaches? Because of your fade? Because of that thing that you did to the side of your stomach when you woke up this morning? No, because I'm playing Markoth! My feet are actually extra fucked right now. Hopefully, in a way that will make them better in the future. I got an exercise bike delivered yesterday, and I went downstairs to pick it up. Now, I know stationary exercise bikes are big. But the best one I could buy, and by that I mean one that could hold my fat ass and my fat ass would be within the weight limit, was a bit more of an expensive one than the others I was looking at, but I'm like, yeah, whatever. Hopefully that just means it's less likely to break. I went down to pick up the box. It may be like 120 by 120 centimeters in total size. Probably bigger than that actually. It went up to about halfway up my stomach, and it was like a square, and the width of it was probably about like 30, about 30 centimeters. And it was a 25 kilo box. And so I lugged that shit up 3 flights of stairs on my own. Or 6 flights of half, like, or 6 sets of half flight stairs, I guess. Because of the way that my building is done. That was not easy. And the only way I could step on the stairs to carry it, I definitely twisted one of my feet. They didn't need exercise anymore. I literally made the joke on Discord yesterday that me lugging that shit up the stairs is going to be more exercise than the bike will ever give me. The only way that I was able to carry it up the stairs is because of the tires that were around it, like to hold the box together, were thick enough and durable enough and not sharp enough that I could drag it by those. So I basically just angled it on each set of stairs and then just grabbed the tires that were around it and just pulled it up on a 45-degree angle up the stairs. Ow. It's the only way I could carry it. And then I did that. And then I crashed and fell asleep about 3 hours earlier than usual last night because it exhausted me that much. I said it was my most productive day of the year. Fuck yeah. I cannot tell if that's sarcasm or not. You live in Quebec. I think they've legalized weed, so you could just mean that you spent an entire day just smoking cones. I think Quebec has legalized weed.
Mine.
It's honest and self-deprecation. Nice. I can make jokes about just being like, damn, I hope Australia gets legalized weed someday, because I wouldn't even be a person who would smoke it that frequently. If it was completely legal and easy to access it, I wouldn't even smoke it much at all, ever, really. It's not that interesting for me. Mainly for the headaches. The best use for it has been it calms down clusters a bit. Well, it doesn't affect the cluster in of itself when when the headache itself hits. It doesn't really help much with that, I've noticed. But it helps me recover in between the headaches, like each day. It helps me not be as wiped out and destroyed. That's basically all it does. Alcohol's way more... I was about to say alcohol's way more interesting. Alcohol... Honestly, there's not that many narcotics that have like a massive effect on my mental state. There really isn't. There's not many narcotics that have a massive effect on my mental state. I'm too much of a fuckwit to begin with for any of it to like turn me into more of a fuckwit. No drugs can defeat what I'm naturally like. Can this fucker die already? Oh my god. Okay, well, I have full magic, so you're probably gonna get double shield soon. No! There's the shield. Okay. No! I fucking jumped immediately into it. Social worker visit plus 1 to hard whistle. Finally got fluorescent tubes replaced so I don't have to shower in the dark. Okay, showering in the dark terrifies me, I'll be honest, so... Showering in the dark is horrifying for me. I don't trust myself in anywhere where I have to control my body and not... I'm just gonna die immediately. Where I have to be in control of my body and not fall. It's why I have somewhat a fear of heights. I don't fear the height necessarily itself. I fear my ability to control my body and not go hurtling. Like if I'm on something that's going up high and I'm not in control of it and something else is like entirely dictating my spot there, like roller coasters or any shit like that, I'm fine with heights. I have no issue with it. If I have to walk somewhere and I'm up high, you know, fuck that shit. Fuck that entirely. I don't go on my own balcony for that reason. I don't go on my own balcony for that for that exact reason. I don't trust myself. I mean, it doesn't help that my balcony, the railing on my balcony is so low that it only goes halfway up my thighs. So if I trip while I'm on my balcony, if I hit the ledge of the balcony, my entire body weight is going to shift over it. And I have a lot of upper body weight in case it isn't very noticeable on stream. And my mace is mainly black shirt, so maybe not as noticeable as what it is. So there's that. Bam. Other man diagnosed ADHD, going on for so long that I have to relearn how to not procrastinate on Monday tasks like that. Oh, ow. Jesus. I've had a lot of people try to tell me that I have ADHD. So that being said, a lot of people try to diagnose me for a lot of things, and it's deeply uncomfortable. And it's deeply uncomfortable when people just try to diagnose me as, you have thing. And I'm just like, that's not a nice thing to just say about someone randomly and haphazardly. To both people who do have thing, and also to me. Because I feel like my procrastination is just pure body energy and just having to, like, physically push myself to do it. It's not like a mental thing, so, no. Like, people talk about their experiences with ADHD in terms of getting their mind to do the thing, and that's not what I have. I legit, make fun of myself, legitimately happy that I made progress. Progress is good. Progress is good. Fuck yeah, let's go. There are two wolves inside me, one is me. They have both cool as fuck. See, there's two wolves inside of me. One of those wolves wants to be a hot badass babe. The other wolf likes kebabs. Ow! I don't think I was that far close. Halfway in the arena, his circle still hits the edge of it. Ugh. No, I'm gonna wait. No, I'm not. No, I'm fine. I really cannot tell the distance of where this fucker can hit with his shield when he spins. It is really hard. I've not been able to visually gauge it the entire time. I just go as far as I can and hope for the best. It is really hard for me to work it out. There's like, people talk about ADHD and their experiences with it, and there are certain aspects of ADHD that line up with my experiences, but then there are some aspects of ADHD that are the literal opposite of my experiences, so I don't think it's that. Like, I've seen people say that, like, my requirement of if my place isn't clean, then mentally my brain finds it harder to focus on things. It's like, that's ADHD. Or I prefer to just, like, if I'm in the process of doing something productive, to just keep being productive and then take a rest at the end. And I've seen people say that that's, like, ADHD. And, like, those are both definitely true for me. If I don't keep my room clean, it's hard for me to encourage myself to do anything. And stuff like that. And, like, I'll go from working here, coming home, streaming, and immediately after streaming is when I do all my housework. I'll put away my laundry that's there, I'll go have dinner, I'll have a shower, I'll go do dishes, and I'll do all of that, and then the rest of the night I have nothing left to do. And that's how I do that. But there's other aspects of how people talk about ADHD in terms of focusing on things and stuff like that are just very much, no, that's not like my experiences at all. There's something going on in my brain, but I don't think it's that. I think the things going on with my brain are way more physical. I do have relatively severe brain damage, so I think the stuff that's going on with my brain that can appear as neurodivergence is more so just literal brain damage. Because I do have a very physically damaged from, like, physical trauma brain. Ow! 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 Though I have no idea. I don't know enough about neurodivergence to know whether, like, neurodivergence caused by physical things counts as neurodivergence or counts as something else different. I don't know enough about the topic to know how that counts. I speak something which is known, I believe, as executive dysfunction, which is known to be caused by ADHD and by brain damage. So I think it's specifically the executive dysfunction that people talk about. That's the thing that I don't experience. So I don't think it's ADHD. Like, what's the exact wording or, like, way that you describe the phrase executive dysfunction? Because I'm pretty sure that's not the issue that I have, which is why I don't consider myself as, like, needing to worry about being having ADHD. Ow! I need to get myself examined for being able to beat Markoth. Wait, no! That's not me. That's just the world. That feeling when you know you have to do something and yet you don't have no idea why. So that's very much not me. That's very much not me. If I know I have to do something and I don't, I know exactly why it is. And it's because I physically don't have the energy in my body to move my body enough to do it. Like, I knew last night after moving my bike upstairs that I should have a shower. And I should put away my washing. And I didn't do that yesterday. Not because I didn't, despite knowing I should. It's because having the energy in my body to physically get up and move to do it, I couldn't muster up because I carried a 25 box up 3 flights of stairs. Medically speaking, I believe it's the inability to self-motivate. Again, I think that part's fine for me. I actually do want to do it. I said times I'd do it, and wow, that was last month. Yeah, I don't think I have that. I don't think I have that. I think there's other aspects that, like, that people talk about their ADHD that might line up for things that I experience, but that specifically, that doesn't feel like me. Maybe other people who would know me might disagree, but from what it feels like for me, that's not something that I deal with. I've had a number of people lately also try to say that I'm autistic, and I don't think so. Again, a lot of people try to diagnose me with a lot of different things. And I think towards both the people who have those things and towards me, it's offensive to everyone involved. I think it's offensive to me to always try and work out what's wrong with me. And I think it's offensive to people who are neurodivergent to assume that someone acting like an asshole means that they're neurodivergent. Which is what I try to explain to people, and they don't listen to me when I do so. I don't have trouble focusing on tasks I'm actively doing, which is why I was undiagnosed for ages. Oh god. Oh god. Ah, Jesus! Okay, I couldn't even work out where the fuck to start there. Bam, hit you. Riverside, do you know people with ADHD are commonly literally unable to focus harder? Try putting effort to focusing, cause the center of the brain to literally go dark. I mean, I can definitely focus harder. If I need to dedicate my entire brain to focusing on one specific thing, I can definitely do that. I have to do that at work very frequently just because how busy it gets. Where I'm just like, turn off brain for everything except for work, because I have to. Because I don't have time to focus on anything else. No, I have a long history in my life of people trying to explain why I'm like that. People don't want to buy the answer that I'm just an asshole. Have you just considered that I'm a prick? Apparently the answer is no. Apparently the answer is no. But why else would you be so rude and obnoxious? Because I'm rude and obnoxious. What do you want from me? There's people I've known in the past few years who have what I'm referring to as the autism everywhere system, wherein they know one person who is autistic, and then suddenly they start expecting that every single person in their life is autistic. And I've known several people like that in the past few years. As awareness for autism goes up, there are more and more people who do that. And I'm just like, no. Or they expect every autistic person to be the same. Or that. Or that. Or that. Did genuinely get someone trying to say that I must be autistic because I'm very good at socializing. And I'm just like, okay, well, not every person who is autistic is bad at socializing, but not being good at socializing is commonly what some people might point to in terms of someone being autistic. So why is me being good at it what you're saying? And it's just like, well, no, you are autistic. Your special interest is socializing. And then I just have to wonder if this person considers anyone who finds one particular thing in life, interest. If you find anything interesting to any degree, that means you're autistic. Because the way they talk about it, it very much seems where it's just like, if you care about anything, it means you're autistic. If you're not completely apathetic about everything in life, it means you're autistic. I'm just like, I don't think you know what autism is. I don't think you know what autism is. Did genuinely have that. It was a customer at work. A customer at work had one of their nieces or nephews be identified as autistic. And then I've seen them say several times about other people who they think are autistic, including me, because my special interest is socializing. And I'm just like... I mean, again, problems with socializing isn't necessarily every single autistic person, obviously, but it's typically something that people might look for or have as a trait. And I'm just like, okay. As I said, the autism everywhere system. Which there are also people in my life who I would say have the queer everywhere system. They know one person in their life who is queer, and then they're suddenly trying to work out what type of queer everyone else in their life is. Which I very much have caused that in so many fucking people. I have caused that in so many people. People just going, well, if you're queer, clearly everyone must be queer then. And I'm just like, do you think I'm not typically a queer person? Like, oh, if you're queer, then the barrier for queer must be being really low. And I'm just like, really? I feel like the first thing that most people work out about me, even when I'm not wearing the queer pins, is how fucking queer I am. But okay. But okay. Ow! There's an infamous columnist in Quebec who once ranted about geeks, otakus, nerds, no lives, the people who got me banned from Facebook. I was like, you have no idea what those words mean, and the people you're describing are your audience. I know people with the queer everywhere system for sure. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not saying it's almost every single member of my family and most people I went to high school with, but it's almost every single member of my family and most people went to high school with. This is going very badly.
You're mine.
It's funny because I was very, very far from the first queer person in some social circles that I'm in. People who I met through the internet or like other aspects. I was very far from being the first queer person in that circle. But in circles of like where I met the people first in person, I was well and truly far and away the first queer amongst most people. So I very much like had that develop in a lot of people I knew, where it's just like, oh, well, I guess anyone can be queer. It's like, it's great. I love hearing your theories about why you think one of your co-workers might be gay because of stereotypes. Yep, that's how you show that you support the queers. Thanks. Thanks. Or my mum constantly talking about the latest trans celebrity she's heard about, or bringing me like trans stickers from her work to me and everything like that, while continuing to dead name and misgender me. And I'm just like, damn, it almost seems like you support every single person who's trans except for your own fucking kid. Nice. Awesome. Lovely. Nice to know that I'm the one exception of trans people who you don't accept. Cool. Thanks. It's great. It's great. It's awesome. Would literally prefer it if you just called me slurs. Because at least then you'd be fucking honest. Like, it's wild because I've seen a lot of people talk about the types of people where they're not accepting of people. Like, they're not accepting of insert group of people here until they know someone like that. And then they realize, oh, well, my assumptions about these people must be wrong because I know this person and they're not like that. So my assumptions about these people must be wrong. My experiences have been well and truly the opposite of a lot of people who will claim to be supportive of various people until they meet someone and then realize that the support has to go beyond just openly saying, I support it, and has to actively, you know, be an active thing that they actually physically do and they can't bring themselves to do it. So, you know, much more my experience. Damn it. My dad, I love you no matter what you call yourself, son. Me, you were so close. Oh, I got my mom good. And she didn't get it when I called her out. I linked an article on Facebook. I linked an article on Facebook from, I think it was either The Onion or Reductress or something like that. And it's just like, my son uses they, them pronouns and I'll support him no matter what. And I shared that on Facebook because I'm just like, get it? The person saying how they're supportive but are still just like using the wrong pronouns while they're doing that and everything like that. And then my mom left this like lovey-dovey comment about how she'll accept me. And I'm just like, Mom, this is literally an article joking about people like you who say they accept someone and then don't do it. It's literally a joke at your expense. And she didn't get it. And she didn't get why. I'm just like, okay. Okay. My dad, why'd you feel like coming out as bi? What, did you think would be homophobic? Me? Well, I already knew you were transphobic. It's like when my extended family found out that I was bi, and at which point I got immediately exiled from the Christmas family gathering. And my mum got angry at me because she was just like, why didn't you tell me first that you were bi? Why'd you tell everyone else in the family first? And I'm just like, one, I didn't tell them. My cousin accidentally spilled it. And two, surely me mentioning dating both guys and girls was enough of a hint because I had done this, because I had mentioned this to you before about guys and girls that I had dated. Surely that was enough of a hint without me having to say, oh, by the way, I am the bisexual. But because I didn't turn around to her and say, I am the bisexual, I had to get a cab home on a family Christmas gathering for a 3-hour car ride because she wouldn't take me. And my mum wonders why I think she doesn't support me. And my mum wonders why I think she doesn't support me. I mean, she's still the most accepting person in the family in that she doesn't actively hate me for it. She just refuses to acknowledge or accept it. I don't know if that's worse. That is the issue. The problem is that I don't know if that's worse. Like, again, at least the slurs would be honest. Ah, I fell off the ledge! I fell off the ledge screaming at you. There's so many more of these fucking lances during this phase. There's so many more of them. This fight fucking sucks, by the way. This fight's a hairy lump of piss. Well, next, my dad does actually think bisexuality is as normal as heterosexuality, and I was worried for nothing. I've had way more people in my life just be like, I could accept you being gay, but being bi, no. One of my extended family straight up said that. I mean, I've also just had a lot of gay people not accept me for being bi. / pan. I don't even fucking know. There's no definition of it that fits me properly, so I'm just like, what's your sexuality? Oh, I'm attracted to who I'm attracted to. Okay, but like, what's the definition of that? People I'm attracted to. I can't define it for you any more than that because there's no definition I can give you that's more than that that is accurate. Just, it really isn't. There really isn't. Which is why bi and pan are the easiest, because they're the closest to that. Because at least those presume lack of limits. Or, like, lack of limiters that are excluding these people. He still thinks he's the victim if I get pissed at him for pointing out, a picture of me and saying my son. Parents are great. APAB, by the way. APAB, as both a joke and a legitimate stance and argument. But I'm also someone who believes in ADAB, so, you know, there's also that. So the thing is, I could say ADAB, and people are just like... And unless you know me, you may not even know what I mean by the D. I think Domino, I think you would, because I was talking about it with you on the Discord the other day. Anyway, welcome to my podcast about how the world sucks and the people in it suck. It's so irritating because me as a person, I consider the only reason that, like, life is, like, the main thing in life, in fact, the only thing in life, is about how we share it with other people. And about how both the things that we have in common and the things that we have different are, like, the things that make interactions with other people, like, good. And that should be celebrated. And it's the most important thing in life to the point where it makes the only thing important in life. But fuck me, do a lot of the people in life make it really hard to live by that idea. But fuck me, do a lot of people make that a really hard philosophy to live by. God damn it. I tried to scream and immediately dash out of the way. The problem is with using spells in that last phase is that I can really only use the spells once he's doing the shield spin, because any spell staggers you for way too long to get out of the way of the next lance hitting you. And there's too many fucking lances going around for me to consistently dodge them for any length of time to just chip away at him like I am here when I can hit him. As part of, I think 10-year-old me had told my dad they were a girl, probably would have got punched who got in my way. Because I'm non-binary and not femme, I'm just making it up. I honestly don't know if my mom understands the difference, or whether I'm a trans woman or I'm non-binary. Both. I don't know if my mom understands the difference, and I don't know what she would consider me as. But I know she calls me by my dead name, which is incredibly awful right now, given context. Like, dead naming me at this stage in my life, with things that have happened, is the type of thing where I'll just beat the shit out of you on the spot. And she's lucky that I don't consider her in that regard. That despite not owning it, she gets enough of a free pass for me to not immediately put her into the hospital for it. Because it's about way more than just referring to me by the wrong name at this point to dead name me. I mean, she dead names me on legal forms. Like, my name has legally changed, and on legal forms. Like, when the lease changed over when she moved out, my legal name had changed for a few years by that point. And on the legal form of the lease, she dead names me. And I'm just like, this is a legal form. You will get in trouble, or I will get in trouble if you keep this shit up. Her commitment to it's impressive. Her commitment to it is very impressive. I mean, she's always had I'll say an unhealthy obsession with my name specifically. My entire life. Like, for a parent to put that much stock into what their kid's name is, I would say my mom's had a pretty unhealthy view of it her entire life. Which is funny, because she doesn't even go by the name that her fucking parents gave her. She doesn't go by the name that her parents gave her. And yet for me... Damn it. And yet for me not going by the name that she gave me is something that she absolutely refuses to accept. She never legally changed her name, but she doesn't go by the name that her parents called her. And she also changed her last name when she got married. So, you know. But like the way that she's always treated what my first name is, like what was, it's always been like to a concerning degree. Whether it has anything to do with the fact that it was something that she chose and not my father. So it felt like it was one part of me growing up that she got to choose that my father didn't have a hand in. Whether it's because of that or not, I have no idea. But like, you've been out of the picture for a decade and a half at this point. Get over it. That's am I allowed to tell someone's mum to their face in that context? Yay, yeah, of course. Have you heard the stuff I've said about her so far? You're more than welcome to. It'd be very funny if she ever watched this stream. Hey, hey mum, if you ever watched this stream, maybe you'll understand some of my points. Or you won't, and you'll continue to ignore it. One or the other. I said that for most of my family. People are, like, I tell people stories about my family. And keep in mind, my mom is by far, well and truly, by a very large margin, the best person in my family. By a very large margin, she's the best person in my family. So when I tell people stories about my family, especially people who aren't her, they're always just like, am I allowed to insult them? Because I really want to, and I'm just like, I guarantee anything that you could say is nowhere near as bad as the stuff I've said. Fucking go for it. I feel like I've told stories about my father on stream before. But how much of those stories are... It's not even that necessarily that my father was an absolute arsehole, though he was. It's also just the fact that the way he expressed him being an arsehole is just some of the most batshit stuff you've ever fucking heard. It's very funny when I tell people stories about my father, because they just straight up don't believe me. The very definition of bigotry is what came to mind. Yeah. Opposite unreasonable attachment to a belief in particular prejudice. Well, it's like... The name that she uses on, like, online things is my dead name and my brother's name. Like, that's her username on online things. She wants to get, like, tattoos across her arms of our names. Like, she's made, like, a billion different, like, decorations around the house that are our names. With me only being my dead name. Like, it's been something that's been a trend that I've noticed. Like, it was weird before I wanted to change my name that I noticed how much she is just, like, specifically focused on my name. I don't think that even hit him. Damn it. Damn it. Yeah, like, none of her usernames or her email addresses or anything like that are just, like, her name or things that she likes or just other online names. It's always me and my brother's name and, like, other aspects to it as well than just that. But it's always that, and it's just like, okay. Okay.
Bill, mine.
Again, she dead names me on legal forms. By that name, you can change your legal name, you know.
Bill, mine.
Well, again, it's like, she dead names me on legal forms. Like, at that point, it's just like, what are you doing? What are you trying to accomplish by doing that? Especially for me. Do you know how hard it was to fucking change my name legally? It took several years and like fucking 9 different attempts. Because they just happened to lose the forms or lose track of it or happen to get lost in the mail. I've never known anyone who has had anywhere near as many issues legally changing their name in Australia as I have. The amount of fucking times that it was just like, oops. You're gonna have to start again. Because I haven't done that. I hope they'll allow Domino. My name's Fire. Oh my god. So I'm just gonna die now. I can't let the fight start like that. I mean, yeah, my name's Fire. I mean, I know it's a different country and all, but like, come on.
Bill, mine.
That's also the irritating thing. My name's Fire! It's so fucking cool! How do you not want to call someone by that name? It's so cool! Just never call out to me from a distance in a crowded public place. There is one issue with my name. There is one issue with my name, and it's that you can't really yell out to me from a distance if you're like in a shopping center or at like a venue or anything. Might cause some issues.
Bill, mine.
There was a lot of customers who dead named me for quite a long time. To the point where a lot of customers started dead naming me, who I never started serving as my customers until after my name had changed. Because I think they had asked other customers what my name used to be and then started calling me by that. But none of my customers dead name me anymore. Or co-workers. So at least there's that. Probably because I went off of people enough. So... Like, the only person that, like, it was a lot of my customers before, but they've all stopped. The only person who dead names me now is my family. And no one else in my life does it anymore. My boss and coworkers and customers were doing it for a while. Which was especially annoying, like, especially with work, because I started working for my current boss and with my current coworkers after my name had changed. But they don't do that anymore. I still get misgendered by customers very frequently. But that's because I don't pass as trans. Not that I don't pass as a cis woman, I don't pass as a trans woman. So, there is that. Unless it's for customers who can tell that I'm trans, but they can't tell which way it is. And both of them are arguing with each other about how to correctly misgender me. Possibly one of the funniest situations that I've seen two dumbass bigots be trapped into. About two customers yelling at each other, just being like, no, she was born a girl, and she is a girl. No, he was born a man, so he's a man. And just getting furiously angry at each other because they couldn't work out how to correctly misgender me. Very, very funny. Very, very funny. And there I am just trying not to fucking laugh and failing. Because my god, is that hilarious. So there, I will say, there is this one old couple who comes in, and they're both like, when it comes to customers, I would say like if a customer's above 80, 85, I get gendered correctly, and like they can probably tell that I'm trans, but like they're of the generation who fought the Nazis, so they respect me because they don't want to be like Nazis. It's when you get to the people who are in like their 50s to 60s, they're the ones who like deliberately want to misgender me. But there's this one couple who they're both in their 80s, and the husband has like some level of Alzheimer's. I know it's Alzheimer's, they've specifically mentioned it. It's not like super severe or anything, but he has some level of Alzheimer's. And it's really funny because he can remember that I'm trans, but he can never remember which way. So half of the time when they come in together, he has to just go, like go to his wife and just ask, and it's just like, which way are they again? And the wife just has to be like, she's a woman now, sweetie. Ah, yes, you're a beautiful miss. It's like, it is sweet and funny at the same time, though a little bit sad because it is because of Alzheimer's. Quebec is weird. They'll probably allow it because I'm checking the Xbox and then I want to cause drama. But I know someone whose parents wanted to name them Miel, the word for honey, and the government refused. What? I don't know if I've had any names be refused here. It took me a while to get it through, but it went through. I was like, on what grounds? And it's like, apparently that was either too weird or didn't look like a girl's name, so they had to spell it differently. I've not heard of that happening in Australia. And I feel like if I had heard it happening with anyone, it would be with fire. That shit's not a name. The only thing that's called that is a failed festival, and every time I say fire trending on Twitter, it's just like, oh cool, people talking about something that was a miserable failure because of over-assuming how good it was and then absolutely not living up to expectations. No, that doesn't. No, that feels great. No, that's awesome. I love that shit. Thanks. Thanks. Lovely. Awesome. Cool. Thank you. Thank you for associating that forever with my name, you fucking rich bastards. Oh god. I think the weirdest, oh wait, no, the person tried to show sports by very loudly asking about how much they like Budweiser near me. That is... So that's the thing, is that I will never get angry at someone who's trying but doesn't get it. I'll never get angry at someone who's trying. Because... the material, like, what they do matters nowhere near as much to me as, like, their, like, as their intent. Like, when it comes to that stuff. And again, most of my customers who are 80 or above have no issues with me being trans. They've got no issues with me being trans. Again, it's specifically the 50 to 70 age bracket that are the assholes about it. And the occasional tatted up muscled dude bro in his 20s. Who I can usually tell. Or women in their 30s to 40s who are wearing shirts about hope or love or acceptance or world peace. If I see a woman who's like nearly 40 who's wearing a shirt saying choose love, choose acceptance, I immediately know that she's going to be intensely transphobic to me. The track record is basically 100%. It is almost like if they're a teenager or 20s, they're usually chill about it. But if they're like middle age or closer to it, and they're wearing a shirt like that, immediately I know I'm going to get some of the most vile transphobia I've ever heard. And it's very, very consistent. Or any person who's middle-aged wearing a Harry Potter t-shirt. Also that. Also, if someone's clearly 45 and they're wearing a Harry Potter t-shirt, then I also know why they're wearing it, and they make it very clear to me why they're wearing it. I mean, if someone transitioning for a newborn. Wouldn't they be I feel like they'd be the same limits. They should be the same limits. You're trans? I love sharks. See, I don't have a Blahage, but I have a line of Pokemon plushies, and one of them is Sylveon and one of them's Umbreon. Am I still a valid trans person? Am I still valid as trans if I don't have a Blahage? But I have, there's Sylveon. But I have Sylveon there, and Umbreon is... Umbreon's behind the chair, so you can't say Umbreon. Does that count? This fight fucking sucks, by the way. I fucking hate this fucking fight. I've been here for so long. It's the entire fucking episode. It just won't happen. It's just not happening. I've never seen any fight in any game where I'm this consistently not getting better. Because I don't even know what there is to get better at. I really don't. What is there to improve at in this fight? We're not going to get to Night Making Grim today. We're going to have 4 episodes in the Hall of Gods. Oh dear God, the end of this LP is going to be awful. We'll allow it. Thank you. I feel like there's a lot of ways where I absolutely do not meet traditional trans girl prep. I did have one time when I was walking around at the shopping center, and this teenager girl like was just came up talking to me. That happens a lot. For some reason, the only people that find me physically attractive are people who find out I'm widowed or teenage girls. And both of those are deeply uncomfortable for very different reasons. But I have a lot of times where teenage girls will just come up to me and like start hitting on me, and it's deeply unsettling. As someone who's nearly 40. Closer to 40 than 30 is how we say it. Closer to 40 than 30 is how we say it. But they were just talking to me, and I'm just like, okay, I want to leave this conversation, but okay. And then they asked me why I was boy moding, and I'm just like, I'm not boy moding. This is just my sense of fashion. I'd also like to point out that I was in a skirt and stockings, because that's what I wear to work. I think by boy moding, they just meant my denim jacket. I'm just like, I'm not boy moding, I'm a metalhead. Don't know how many metal concerts you've been to, but outside of maybe tight leather pants and corsets, the fashion sense is fairly unisex. Like, it is genuinely distressing how many teenage girls hit on me. It, like, genuinely distressing. It's, like, deeply, like, for customers and people walking around, is deeply distressing.
Bill, mine.
And sometimes it's just, they'll randomly approach me and start talking to me. Sometimes it's them actually, like, trying to compliment me and hit on me, and I'm just like, please don't. I'm double your age, if not older. Please don't. Please don't do this. None of us want this.
Bill, mine.
It's like, can I be considered attractive to people my own age, please? No, apparently not. No. No, to people my own age, in absolutely no way. I mean, I think for a lot of them, it's just the fact that I'm one of the few visibly queer people around here. So if you're a teenage girl and also queer, you see another queer person and it's like, oh my God, there's more than one of us. I think that's probably part of it. But still, please don't. Please don't. It's deeply uncomfortable. Also, if you're hitting on someone, I don't know why you asked why they're boy moding. Again, I was in a skirt and stockings. Like, I'd be closer to boy moding when I go to, like, when I go out at any other time, because then I'm in jeans. But also, I'm not boy moding. It's just my sense of fashion. I could have the sexiest, most feminine body that I could possibly muster. I'm still gonna dress the same. I'm a metalhead. I'm a metalhead. It's just denim jeans, denim jacket, and a band shirt. That's just what I wear. I want to get fishnet sleeves to wear underneath the denim vest. I just can't find any that fit me. That might be the most feminine aspect of it. I was looking at my people much younger than me, and yeah, it's deeply uncomfortable. It's deeply uncomfortable. I wish I had a Riz that applied to people who weren't 14. It's really, really disturbing. I mean, I think part of it is also they probably don't assume I'm as old as I am. I do look young for my age. I get carded for alcohol frequently. It's weird, I don't get carded when I go to, like, concerts or anything. Though that might just be because me and Hannibal have been to so many concerts that every security guard in the fucking city recognizes us. But if I buy alcohol, I get carded very frequently. And I'm like, okay. But, like, I'm aware that I don't look as old as I look. Which, that I can thank my mum for. That's my entire mum side of the family. I can probably also thank the estrogen. But my entire mum side of the family ages incredibly gracefully. My mum does not look like someone who's in her 50s. I don't know what I was thinking just then. Don't worry about it. Not criminal younger, but still your mum would call the police younger. Yeah, no. No, from what I can tell, sometimes it's been people who are like 14. And it's just like, like, it's specifically teenagers. People above the age of 20 won't find me attractive. It's specifically teenagers. And I can tell they're teenagers because most of the time they're still in their fucking school uniform. And I just, like, why would you even do it? Like, surely you can tell that I'm, like, that much older than you, surely. That it's still, like, not good for anyone involved. No? No, you're still gonna, okay, cool, thanks. No, thank you, Twain. Please be someone else's mistake. Don't be anyone's mistake, preferably. If you're hitting on people our age, please, preferably no one's mistake. Because the person who's gonna come out the worst from that is you. Don't do it. Have I mentioned that I hate this fight? Have I mentioned that I hate this fight? I feel like I'm in purgatory. I feel like I'm in purgatory. Like, I feel like I'm at, I feel like I'm in the realm between. And I'm being challenged to beat this before I can move on. To heaven or hell. Markoth sucks so much. This fight is aggressively bad. Again, I'm not improving at it. At no point doing this am I improving at it. Because there's nothing to improve. There's nothing to improve. I just have to throw myself at it until I happen to get it. I can't do anything that makes, like, I'm not learning anything. I feel like I've learned as much as I can, and it's just about the execution. But what that execution is so different every fucking attempt that I can't do shit. Can I say something mean? Yes. Because it can't hurt me as much as what this game is hurting me. Wait, is it about my game skills, or is it about the people who find me attractive? Oh, okay, that was just poor. That was just poor decision making by me in every regard. I just froze up and I couldn't decide to do anything, and I got hit 3 times in a row. That one was on me. That one was just me completely fucking up. At least people might read out and saying conversation. Let's skip other parts of progress. Yeah, fortunately, what happens in Markoth stays in Markoth, because no one will listen to this. Sorry, everyone. All right. We're speaking about Persona. We're speaking about bigotry. We've spoken about how teenagers find me incredibly attractive. Anyone else got any other dirty laundry they want to ask out? If anyone wants to ask me any deeply personal, uncomfortable questions that I shouldn't admit the answers to online, now's your fucking chance, baby! What graphic descriptions of kinks can we talk about? Despite me being one of the most vanilla queer people that you'll meet. AKA so kinky that I would horrify the average cishet person into suicide. I don't know where it's coming from, I'm just gonna jump. Quick, everyone, find his speed marker, send a credit card number and the 3 numbers on the back. You know, I think I could beat this fight. If I had like a gifted sub, I bet it would give me the energy to beat this fight. So probably Yasugana saw it at a convention. Okay. I'm going to need a description of Yasugana Sora that doesn't get this video banned off Twitch or YouTube. And video's already monetized. Look at the background and look at the 2 giant queer flags in there. Do you think any of my videos have full monetization on YouTube? Please. Please. Genuinely serious. I double checked. There's not a single video on my last 100 videos on YouTube that have full monetization. There's not a single one. And I'm just like, I know I swear a lot, but one, that's just being Australian. But also, it's normally if you just say cunt in the first 7 seconds. I don't think I'm that bad. I forgot. I thought you were still doing the spin. I forgot. And then you stop doing the spin, and when I sneeze, when you're not spinning, I get hit by lances. It's annoying that I'm building up all this magic, and I'm speccing into magic this hard, and I'm still not killing him in that second phase. With fucking 8 sneezes. Like, I need to do more than 8 sneezes to kill him. And the sneezes are still not easy to get in on him in that phase. God damn it. Has anyone noticed how much the spiders are actually hitting Markoth? Because I'm wondering if I should switch over, like, the spiders and other aspects to just make the nail stronger. Just so when I hit him, I'm killing him quicker. I can't make my magic stronger, but maybe I can make the nails hit harder. I just put on, that one. When I say it's while you're spinning, I get hit by lances. Video games are great. It's an erotic drama involving taboo relationships, siblings, abuse, and suicide. As drama's actually interesting, but I do not get why they made it actually erotic. That's what I mean. When I want to watch anything of the erotic animated nature, I want to watch wholesome shit. I'm the sappy lovey-dovey slut. That's who I am. I'm pretty sure I've been referred to as a sappy slut multiple times in my life. Where it's just like when it comes to that, it's like I'm a person who cares super intensely about like the intimacy of it and everything like that. It's just I don't need to be in a long-term committed relationship with someone to be able to feel that level of intimacy for it. I can meet someone and on the same day feel that level of intimacy towards them and be sappy about it. I'm just that type of, as I said. As the phrase goes, I'm a sappy slut. Forgot how bad it was. It's not hot because it's taboo. It just makes you feel bad. Yeah, it's not my ballpark. That's not my ballpark. So you know what the thing is? With how sappy and wholesome I am when it comes to eroticism, I should probably read fanfiction. I should but part of me is just like, one, I'm a visual learner. Sir, I couldn't think of a better way to phrase that. But sir, I'm just worried if I get into the rabbit hole of fan fiction that it's a rabbit hole I'll never get out of. I follow one artist who frequently posts Edolith content on Twitter, and that is already just like rotting away every single neuron in my brain. And that's one thing, like one person who posts like twice a month. By the way, if anyone was wondering whether the Edolith brain rot is still severe from playing Three Houses, don't you worry. It's significantly more severe than I've ever let on. The Edolith brain rot is unending and unceasing and destroying me. It bad. It bad. So I'm having an almost decent attempt, so I've stopped reading chat. Though if I want to focus, maybe I shouldn't be talking about Edolith, because then I just think about Edolith. That is such a great couple. It's just so perfect. Gotcha. Oh my god, so close. Oh god! Do you ever chill the fuck out? Apparently not. Fucking Christ! To answer your question, that last sentence, why I say by math, approximately 0.73% of his health. Well, no, it's more so about how much of my magic are they getting. I know they're not doing much damage, but how much of my magic bar are they filling up? Because I want to use magic to burn that last phase, because I'm not surviving it. And I'm just worried if I get rid of the spiders, will I not get that much magic? No, that was the point, taking something that gets sensationalized and giving a real look into it, so now it's on my shelf, but it's gonna stay there forever. I mean, I'll give it a try. I'll give it a try. Because it's mainly just about how much soul they're giving me for getting in the chip hits. Because they do build up soul relatively okay. But if they're not if they're getting like 4 hits in across the entire fight, they're not building up that much magic. Getting hits because it is my second-hand stress to get an idea of how close you are. So I feel like I'm not close over. I feel like even when I've made it, I'm worried that like phase 2 is like a third of its fight. Getting more soul per hit would probably be better than spiders anyway. True, yeah. Well, I've just put on more damage just so I can kill it faster. But yeah, maybe the nail that gives, maybe upgrading the nail to give you more soul per hit. Fuck. Oh my god! I love those parts where I get hit 3 times in a row. Okay, well, this attempt's a wash. My only concern with more damage is by the time I get to the second phase, is it just going to mean I get to the second phase faster, but I get to the second phase with less magic, so therefore the second phase is harder to clear? That's what my concern is. Because, like, I'm not surviving that second phase. There's too many fucking lances. Like, that second phase, I am pretty sure, like, the first phase is reasonable to try and get out of the way of everything. That second phase, I sometimes feel like he decides you get hit. The amount of lances that are spawning in our few safe spots there are, depending on where he is and where his shields are, it feels like he can just decide you're gonna get hit now. So if I get to that second phase faster, but with less magic, will it just make it actually harder? God damn it. The timing on getting the charge slash for the dash. I'm bad at. Don't hit me.
Oh my god, fuck. Come on, I hit the... Ah! Fuck!
Oh, I hate this fucking fight so much. Oh, it's the worst. Team Cherry, what is wrong with you sometimes? You've made such an amazing game, and then sometimes you've just fucked up. I swear to God. Fucking hell. Oh my God. This is agonizing. This is fucking... This may be one of the worst experiences I've had in a boss fight in a video game. Again, I don't play bad games. So I know it's not the bottom of the barrel in video games as a whole. But out of the shit that I've played, where I play good shit, including this game, which is very good. Fuck me, this is awful. I think if I was playing this on my own and wasn't streaming it, I would have had several panic attacks by now. Yes, it may be worse than the 11th Colossus in Shadow of the Colossus. It may be worse than that. Pretty sure streaming and talking about hentai, I think we were talking about, is the only reason I haven't had a panic attack. Based on my research for the hits, I don't think they'll actually benefit from unbreakable strength. Of course they don't. Of course they don't. Why would they? Not even hitting you with a nail art, so it doesn't even fucking matter. Oh my God, I still missed you. I hate this fight so much. I hate this fight. I hate this fight so fucking much. It's so bad. It's so bad. Like, it's just so aggressively awful. Again, I genuinely don't know how you make that fight and decide it's okay to put it into the game. Like, I genuinely, completely, seriously do not understand. Oh God, that one costs 4. Oh God, that costs 4. I mean, that one costs 2. Longer nail probably wouldn't matter either, would it? Because longer nail would just make it... I doubt that would increase the nail art length. And I'm only using that to hit through the shields. Just more health. I don't think that would actually help me. Shield back at the motherfucker. Now let's say now affected by Fury of the Fallen, oddly. It's close to death, which to be fair, I'm at that quite a lot in the fight. I could put this on just to be a cunt. I could put this on to be a cunt. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna beat him with this thing, fuck you. Totally won't distract me and just make it way harder to visually identify what's going on in the fight. Totally won't just make it... If you can't be Markoth, become Markoth!
Sorrow.
Does it even destroy the... If it destroys lances when it gets hit, that might be okay. I don't think it does. I think the lances go right through it.
Bill, mine.
I can't change the direction mine is spinning on a whim to specifically fuck you over. Shit.
Sorrow.
If I beat him with this, how much damage does it even do? Is the question. Is it even worth it for the damage? It's barely hitting the fucker, and I doubt it does any much damage at all. What do you reckon this person in the background's been thinking the entire time they're watching this? Do you reckon they're wondering why I haven't given up yet? Because I'm wondering that too. The thing is, I want to keep going until we beat this, because I do not want to have to do this again another day. But I'm also legitimately worried I'm not going to beat this. Oh, you were coming from that. You spawned off screen. That was literally off screen, and I didn't hear. I heard it was coming, and I didn't see where it was coming from, and it was literally off screen. So when I dashed to the side, I realized it was perfectly vertically aligned with me. Fuck off. Feels now attack damage, so not awful. That one literally came from off screen to hit me. Like it spawned outside of where I could visually see it here. So then it was lined up. That one. Come on! Like, that's not even a case of I've moved to the camera, so it's in the arena, but I can't see it on the camera. That, I think, for the most part, is actually fair. People complain about attacks coming from off screen, and I think for the most part, it's a case of move the camera so you can see the entire arena. That's literally appearing off what I can physically make the game show me. That's bullshit. At least show the tip of it at the edge, so I can see it in any capacity. But if they're horizontal enough, and you're close enough to the edge, they just say, nope, you literally can't even see it. Fuck you. This is so not gonna work. There is no aspect of this that is going to work with the shield. It's just funny. At this point, I'm putting on the weighted clothing at this point. Now, is it a bold idea to put on the weighted clothing on a fight that you haven't beaten after 3 hours of trying it? Maybe. Maybe that's the wrong time to put on the weighted clothing. Possibly. What would other charms be that would be worthwhile putting on? What, like, I can't think of any other charms that are actually worth putting on. Like, the way this fight goes, charms don't even seem useful. Like, most of the charms require not being in this fight. We're getting rid of the shield. If the shield blocked the lances, it would be good. But sadly, it does not. It is as useless as that fight. Okay, it shouldn't be in the fucking game. Probably not. I imagine these things might actually get blocked by the shield. Even if it is more painful sneeze. No, our score might not be awful since we're going for Great Slashes mostly. Well, it just increases the charge time of it, doesn't it? I don't know if I'm ever having an issue of not charging them quick enough to hit it. There's only one. Maybe I just put on the health. Maybe I just put on the health. Just having an extra 2 hearts. That's 1 extra hit. That might be enough to just clutch through the final phase. Look, I'm an indication. I know it's something that we can't find a good 3-slot charm. Yeah, 2 extra hits of health. That's 1 extra hit. That might just be enough for me to damage boost through more of it. Like, maybe. Oh, I've got to... Again, sometimes it just feels like he just decides you're going to lose. If I could work out how to be, like, more aggressive while not getting hit, I could do the, like, I could get in more of these hits. For phase 2, absolutely not. Oh my god! I can hit him through the shield. I suppose I might be able to be a bit more aggressive with him in this first phase. I mean, I feel like the big thing is getting to that second phase with most of my hearts intact, so I have the time to get in with all of my sneezes and magic. So something I'm noticing. 4 sneezes enough to beat phase 2, that's consolation. I just hit him with 4. I just hit him with 4 sneezes. I just hit him with 4 of them. And didn't kill him. I think part of what I'm noticing... We're gonna take off now Master's Glory. I think what's actually giving... Because I only had one... Like, I only had the first thing of that. If by sneeze you mean the upwards. No. No, that's the scream. I want to hit him with the scream. It's just way too hard. Getting underneath him to hit him with it, plus he can get hit out of it because it does knock enemies around. It is so hard to hit him with that. I'm talking about sneezes in terms of the straightforward one. I don't think it was the spiders that were giving me, like, full soul on everything getting to that second phase. I genuinely think it was Grub Song. Because when I get hit, I gain soul. I think I was getting hit consistently enough that between that and the hits I was doing, I would get to that final phase with most of my soul. Because I got to phase 2 there, and I had only the first thing full of soul. I didn't have any of the other pips filled. And I got to the second phase because I got hit less. Don't want to rely on getting hit as a strategy, but getting hit is going to be something that happens anyway. So getting soul that will power damage him may not be the worst idea. Like, I'm not going to do this without getting hit. Dear God, this fight on Radiant would be a nightmare. I think on Radiant, this would be the hardest single fight in the game. But getting hit is going to happen. We may as well get the best that we can from that inevitable situation. Our spell is about double damage, so 8 sneezes. 8 sneezes is hard to get in because of how long it takes to get 8 sneezes worth of hits. 8 sneezes is full magic. So it's full magic by the second phase and hitting him with all of it. So there is that. Again, the scream is nice and way more damage. It's just way too hard to hit him with it. Because I'm not going to hit him with any of the attacks during the lance phase. And so the only way to hit him with the scream during the spinning phase is to get underneath him. Where he has both the shield spinning far away from him and the one spinning close to him. Trying to get a scream underneath him while he's doing that is not happening. At least with the sneeze, I can stand far enough out of the way of where his stuff spawns. And I can hit him while he's stationary. And I'm not getting shot with lances. It's kind of where the issue comes in here. Like even here, like even sneezes here is going to be hard because... There's just so many lances coming from everywhere. They're just fucking everywhere. Oh god, this fight is so awful. Like, genuinely, why would you do this? I'm genuinely asking the developers, very seriously, why would you do this and can you acknowledge that you fucked up? Like, I don't like being that aggressive about it, but when it comes to something like this, I have to ask. Like, I'm sorry, there's no other word for it. They fucked up. There's no, I can't be nicer than that. I really can't. For something like this, I can't be nicer than they fucked up the fight. They fucked up. They did it wrong. Like, I normally don't like being that explicit in terms of, like, well, there's multiple choices or reasons that you do it for or anything like that. But for something like this, there's no other way for me to describe it. There's nothing else I can say. This was wrong. They did this wrong. This is not how this should be in the game. Yeah, this was a mistake. Like, it's just so bad. Like, and it wouldn't be, like, it's so bad in a way that makes it incredibly difficult too. Like, it's not like it's bad because it's annoying, but you do it a couple times and it's over and done with. No, it's incredibly bad because it's so unsatisfying and so frustrating with how it works. But also, because of that, it's also immensely difficult. So you're just stuck here forever on it. I don't think there's any other enemy I actually dislike. I don't think there's any other part of the game that I would say I dislike about this, other than the muffle. Again, 98% of the game I think is, like, absolutely incredible game design. Markoth and the muffle, I'm just like, you fucked up when you did those things. Those things are just actual mistakes. They've all grown on me except for him. It's impressive how aggressively bad this is. Like, it's just so fucking irritating. Like, it's a fight defined entirely by RNG, bullet hell, and difficult platforming. Like, it's all features that could make a normal fight hard, and then they're all shoved together. And the thing is, like, the normal Markoth, I didn't even, like, I'll be honest, normal Markoth was so fine, it hasn't left much of an impression on me. I barely remember fighting it. Just removing the flaw just makes it so much worse. Or the stream, I was like, I think of a few ways I can fire a break. I know at this point you aren't going to be happy until you beat him. I mean, I won't be happy if I beat him. It's more so, like, I've already taken a break from this, from a different stream. And, like, I'm not having fun right now. And I won't be satisfied when this is done. I'm not going to be satisfied when this is done. But if there's something that it sounds more painful to me than sticking here until I beat this, it's the idea that there's going to be another day of my life in the future of doing this again. That terrifies me. Like, to the point where I think if I didn't beat Markoth today, I wouldn't come back to this LP. I may just not come back to the LP, because the idea of having to come back to ever do this again would make me never want to play the game again. Like, I would just, like, I'm just like, no, absolutely not. Could just give up on doing, apparently give up on doing this. But then the YouTube comments. See, something like Mr. Sandman in Punch-Out for the title defense challenges. Of, like, get the first knockout in, like, the first round, or, like, or whatever the actual challenge was. I spent 2 years on that shit. I spent 2 years. Most of the sessions for that don't exist online. Most of those sessions don't exist online. It took me, like, over 2 years of attempts to do that. The final video, which only included the first and the last ones, is still, like, 5.5 hours long as a video. But at least I was having fun doing that. I was learning the fight as I was doing that. It's incredibly difficult, but, like, I felt like I was progressing. I felt like I was learning. I felt like I was improving. I've been here for, like, a total of, like, 4 hours against Markoth, and I feel like I haven't improved, and I've just gotten more fucking miserable doing this. It's so bad. I do have something you might actually do rather than come back to Hollow Knight at all. It wouldn't be the first time I felt like giving up Hollow Knight. The first stream being a big, the main example. It's just so aggressively bad. It's just so... Can we find a mod that literally mods them out of the game? Can I pay someone to literally mod Markoth out of the game? Like, any completion metrics and criteria still count for doing the Hall of Gods. Just, the game is modded to not count him because he shouldn't count because fuck this fight. I was literally about searching for that. Because the thing that I'm scared about, which, to be fair, he should hopefully have a fucking flaw, because I don't think it's the Ascended fights in the Pantheons. But if he appears in a Pantheon, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do a Pantheon that Markoth's going to be in, because I don't want to fight Markoth. So it's also just like, can we mod Markoth out of a Pantheon? Can we get a button that makes me unable to take damage, and I turn it on when we load into Markoth, and then we skip Markoth, and then I turn back on the button that takes damage? Because I literally don't want to do it, and I don't want one boss fight to get in the way of, like, the other, what, 10 or so that they put into a Pantheon? I don't remember how many was even in there. It's been a long time since I tried that first one, which I never beat. Because like I would be willing to do that. If Markoth appears in a Pantheon, I'd be willing to mod him out of the Pantheon and clear the Pantheon and say I did it. I didn't do the fight that the developers fucked up on. And I don't think I need to hold myself to the expectations of clearing several boss fights in a row, with one of them being this. I don't think I need to do that. I'm not going to punish myself in that regard because the developers fucked up. Which again, I know that's incredibly aggressively harsh, but I can't think of any other way to describe this fight. I really can't. I really can't. The only way I can describe this fight is they fucked up. They wanted to make a good video game, and they did, but then they made Markoth. So, unfortunately, the game has problems. One of those problems being Markoth exists. So the thing is, like, I want to stand in one place, trying to dodge the lances, because me getting hit by the lances in this phase, a big part of it is me getting hit by lances off screen that I'm not seeing. But if I stand in one place, Markoth can just decide he wants to hit me. Like, if he comes over here, I have to move over to the other side of the arena. Which then makes it way harder to get these, because some of them might literally spawn from off camera. Like, off the game's camera. There's a rare thread asking for it, and just full of coping replies. He's not that bad one. No, fuck you, he is. No, he is. I will concede that there might be people who are able to consistently beat him. I will concede that there are probably people out there who can do that. Just because it's possible doesn't mean it's good. Just because it's possible doesn't mean it's good. Cough, cough, people in the Kingdom Hearts comments. I had multiple people in the comments of Kingdom Hearts who would try to deny any time that I called something in Kingdom Hearts bad, because they're just like, it's possible, so therefore it's not badly designed. Because if it's possible to beat, then therefore it's well designed. And I'm just like, do you really just define a game as being well designed as if it's possible to beat? Is that literally your entire metric? How many games out there have things that are literally impossible for you to have your metric of therefore it's bad? Because it's not many. There'd be some, but there's not many. Man, the comments on the Kingdom Hearts videos I had back in the day were definitely a fucking trip. Glad you're one of the good eggs to come from that, Domino. Glad you're one of the good eggs to come out from that. Glad you weren't one of the people who's commenting on my Kingdom Hearts videos who was just seemingly had no experiences with the outside world beyond Kingdom Hearts as a video game, and their entire life was defined by literally nothing but playing Kingdom Hearts games. I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for that. Glad there's people I can talk to about how I am a Kingdom Hearts fan, and I quite like the series, but I definitely have my criticisms of it, and I'm not met with some of the worst things in the world that I've ever seen in a YouTube comment that weren't just like outright bigotry. Again, there's one and Super couldn't do 3 because the combat is just cutscenes. What's up, Clone? I apologize if you've been in chat earlier, Clone, and I didn't recognize you. I'm looking at people's names and you have the same color name as Doodles. This is literally why Domino has a yellow name right now. I mean, I still very much like Kingdom Hearts 3. The thing is, I think the biggest issue with Kingdom Hearts 3 isn't necessarily the combat of what your character can do. I think the biggest issue with Kingdom Hearts 3 is the enemy design. I'd say Kingdom Hearts 3's biggest issue is enemy design. Damn it. I think as a game in terms of what you control your character doing, I think for the most part it's fine. I wouldn't call it as good as 2. Other streamers are really troubled by my color change. See, it's not just me. It's not just me. As streamers, we get really used to looking at people's colors of their names. Or the combination of symbols. I can usually tell when Clone's in chat, though. I can tell when Clone's in chat, because if I see Vero, it's probably Clone in chat. That's how I can tell Clone apart. Or I can see in my FF14 stream chat that I've had a piece of cheese slightly gently placed on my face. or that. It's one of the two. Oh, they care. Us streamers don't see our viewers as a hive. Okay, to be fair. Some streamers probably see their viewers as a... Some streamers probably see their stream base as a hive mind. I don't.
Veil mine.
And that just gets into an entire conversation of parasociality that I don't think most people online have enough nuance for. Because I imagine for a lot of people what my opinions are on parasociality on the internet, most people would consider me to be a very toxic content creator.
Veil mine.
Whereas I feel like my opinion is just, you don't have to be like besties with someone to consider them a fucking person. I'm gonna go bed. Fair enough. Clone, I've been here for 3 hours doing this boss fight. You are not missing anything. You are not missing anything. Fix your sleep schedule as opposed to watching this. Cough, cough, Domino ended. Did the new Star event in its entirety earlier. So waiting for Kafka to start Rayon. Sorry, every time you mention that, I can only think about the hot lesbian, specifically the hot lesbian that I know, and not the rest of the cast of hot lesbians. God damn it, I'm really bad at predicting that range. Predicting or rumor. Some streamers will watch have, especially on Hinge chats, that will just spam the word sex. I don't have that. Okay, to be fair, when I say that some streamers view their chat as a hive mind, there are definitely some chats that deliberately act as a hive mind, so there is also that. There is that. Cooler Dan hangs in the banner right now.
Mine.
You're mentioning stuff that I don't understand, but it's probably a very funny joke for people who get it. I said streamers tend to have software that shows the first message of every user so they could say hi to people. I mean, mine says that. I'll be honest. I'll be honest. With my experience as a streamer myself and seeing other people do streams, it is exciting when there's a message that comes up saying first time chatter. Because first time chats fall into one of two categories. Relatively simple, basic, hi, hello, or anything like that. And then they'll continue to talk in a very basic way and stuff like that. Or the first time chatter will be one of the funniest things you've seen all day, because that person has been lurking and they have just not said anything because they feel like they haven't had anything big to say, but then they've thought of one absolute fucking ripper, and then that's when they've decided to chat when they finally have something good to say, and boy howdy are they fucking right. First time chatters fall into those two camps almost exclusively. So seeing a first time chatter pop up, it is a brilliant experience. Because sometimes it is going to be one of the funniest things you've ever seen. It's great, I love it. Because some people will do the first time chat when they first show up to a person's stream ever. So it is just they don't understand what the streamer like they may not have an idea, like a big idea of what the streamer's like, what the chat's like, what the community's like, or anything like that. So it's just like simple greetings and hellos and everything like that, like introductions. And again, there's nothing wrong with that or anything like that. But it will be like it won't have like a ton of like distinct personality to it because the person doesn't know what the community's like or anything just yet. So they haven't like mind melded with the rest of the chats to like to get it. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just how it is when you know introduce yourself to people for the first time. But sometimes it's the lurkers who finally have something to say.
Veil mine.
Oh, wait for it. I hate this fight so much. I get to hit it. I get a hit on the boss, and I'm just like, I fucking despise this fight. It also doesn't help that it's slow as hell. Well, if you want to play it safely, it is. Sometimes I look because I'm not sure I have anything to contribute, and then they talk about something I can't hold back. Creamy coleslaw is no better than traditional, that kind of stuff. See, I'm not a lurker or an active chatter. I'm an Australian. AKA, I'm never there live. Who's this? Who's the cooler Dan Hang? Who is cooler Dan Hang? Ah! Slutty femboy Dan Hang. That's what it is. Slutty femboy Dan Hang. There we go. Oh, got to click back onto here. It is 6 p.m. Oh, I'm still on Markoth. Oh, I'm still on Markoth. Fuck. I didn't think Markoth would be so much of the stream. Not that I didn't think that Markoth would take this long. I very much expected that. I just expected Failed Champion to take more than 10 minutes. And to pull the next 3 banners are real good too. That's why I play 14. I want something on the shop and I buy it. I could never get into Gacha. Just mentally. Splatoon 3's Battle Pass has turned me off playing Splatoon 3. And that Battle Pass doesn't cost anything. And it's not that egregious compared to most. But it's enough that it's turned me off wanting to play Splatoon 3. That's the idea of fear of missing out, is that people participate because they don't want to miss out. But for me, FOMO has the exact opposite thing. Any amount of FOMO just means, oh, okay, I just don't want to participate at all. Okay, like, look at that shit. I go to jump over the motherfucker to get away from the spears and past him, and he just moves and just follows me. The motherfucker just moved and followed me down. Animal adds random amounts of Markoths besides other bosses. Okay, I don't need the Markoth everywhere system in this game. What possibly the literal last thing that I want in a video game is the Markoth everywhere system. That sounds like the worst thing possible. That is masochistic as hell. Hey, isn't this game made in Unity? Domino, Doodles, you're game devs. I have no idea if you have experience in Unity. Can you mod it for me? Can I pay you to mod Markoth out of the game? If I give you money, can you make a mod that gets rid of Markoth? I will pay to banish this cunt from existence. Look at this motherfucker! He just chased me into the corner! What the fuck am I meant to do there? I go to get away from him and he literally just fucking chases me. Fuck off! Why would you design it like this? Oh my god! Can we please go back to talking about Persona so I'm distracted from this game? Certainly don't have experience in modding Unity games, so I'm slightly confident I could probably maybe do it. You know what? That's the exact type of confidence I expect from my chat. It's the exact type of confidence that I have. I'm not sure, and I have no experience in it, but I definitely think it's possible that I could. That is very much the chat that I've cultivated, because that's me. Now, if people make meme mods, that API must be at least decent. I guess that's probably, yeah, I guess if you're familiar with coding, I guess it's also an issue of how well can the game, mod it to just not include Markoth. Might be more simple in terms of the coding rather than, like, getting it to function in the game, I guess. Like, if Markoth's in a Pantheon, just make it so when you beat one boss and the next boss fight would be Markoth, just make that flag take you to the next boss instead. And if there's a flag that requires, like, beating all the bosses to clear the Pantheon, just have the Markoth flag be already, like, gone or something like that. Maybe. I don't know how video games work. In case it's not abundantly clear. But! I guess it depends on how will the game accept that mod. Is more of a thing. God, remember when I thought the one that was, like, flying above us on the little platforms that was, like, shooting the lances down at us from above? Remember how when I thought that was, like, the bad one? Yes! Let's fucking go! Fucking finally! Oh, it's finally fucking over! Oh! Oh, fuck off and die, you piece of shit! Oh my god! It's finally fucking done! Oh god! Oh! Fuck that guy! Fuck that guy and his entire family! I'm glad he's fucking dead! Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh, what a piece of shit! Oh my god. Oh, I got lucky in that second phase. I 100% got lucky in that second phase. As I said, I wasn't getting better at the fight. Jesus Christ, Doodles. Holy shit, Doodles. 2,200 bits? And Domino with 666 as well? Holy shit, you two. I was gonna pay you to mod him out of the game. Thank you very much. Jesus Christ. This is his excuse to get the next color of badge. Hell yeah! You're Hydrogen now! Let's go! Hydrogen in the chat. Hell yeah. You know, I've been paid the last 2 months in a row on Twitch. With that, I might get paid next month as well. Thank you so much. Holy shit. I normally get paid like roughly every 4 months or so. I meet the threshold every that long because of like the subs. That's like fucking that's like $30. Hey! And clone with that. Thank you all. Thank you all. Like genuinely thank you so much. Now I actually sleep. Thank you. Thank you. It's very generous of you. That's like $30. I have to get to like 50 a month to get paid. That's like, hell yeah, let's go. Thank you. Thank you. I kind of wish Team Cherry paid me the money for having to do that fucking fight, but thank you. I'm blown away now. I'm blown away now. It's a lot of generosity at a very short amount of time. Goddamn. We got a hype train going. Choo-choo! That's all 3 viewers in chat who have done it, so I'm okay with the level 2 hype train. We get emotes. We get a dog or something, probably. Appreciate another 40 bits. I don't know if it's gonna get to that next one, but I do appreciate it. I need to adjust my stream element stuff because I can see the level of the hype train like on my screen. I can see it there. I can see it there, and I can see like all of it go, and I can see any messages for any of the donos. You can't see it in the OBS thing, and YouTube can't see it. I gotta work out how to get stream elements to show all that as well. I might still looking at modding, modding for the lol, but please do not pay me. I'm so privileged and haven't had a job in a year. I am not worried. Okay, Domino? I don't know if you know how it comes across to say, oh, you don't need to worry about paying me. I haven't worked in a year. But you saying that you haven't worked in a year kind of makes me feel like I definitely should be paying you. Because you would need the money. Oh, you don't need to worry about giving me money. I'm only unemployed. It's not... You've put me... You know what you've all done? You know what you've all done by being incredibly generous? You've put me in a good mood after beating Markoth. I didn't think that shit was fucking possible! But you've done it. And for that, I'm very appreciative. I realized how insane that sounds, but it's just how much money I was making before I stopped working. God, that fight sucks so bad. Oh my god. Oh, that fight sucks so bad. Oh, it's so terrible. Actually, no, Doodles, I think Doodles is actually above Hydrogen. No, I mean, whatever I said you were. No, Doodles, you'd be above that. No, you're not. No, you're not. Hydrogen's the first tier. Helium's the second tier. I can't remember how many tiers up you are. Beryllium! There it is. Yeah, Beryllium. There we go. I've literally titled it. I've literally titled it with what it is. Oh, that's what it is. It's Beryllium. Okay. Okay, it's Beryllium, so it's got 4 electrons. I was looking at it in the OBS chat, and all I could see was one above, like, all I could see is a dot above and below. The cell in the middle. All I could see was those, so I'm just like, oh, it's helium, because you've got 1 on each side. No, you've got 2 on each side. You're at beryllium. For anyone wondering, yeah, that's what my bit badges are. My bit badges are atomic elements. They're the atomic models of elements. So if we go over to Domino, Domino's lithium. Yeah, Domino's lithium, so it's 2 on top and 1 down beneath. On this chat, you can, well, I can barely tell. Maybe when it's full screen, it's a bit easier to see. I am seeing a shrunken down preview of this, so it's very hard on my end to see. Yeah, but that's what all of mine are. I do have the atomic symbol of hydrogen tattooed onto me, so that's why my bit badges are that. And the colored background is just, and the coloring of the background isn't anything to do with the elements. The colored background just lines up with the normal Twitch bit badges. There's like Twitch bit badges go up in color and change shape as they go up. so the colors line up with just that, but it has that. If I'm still a computer scientist after I get mental health issues solved, I'm gonna catch up on so much simping. It's legit cool, cool as fuck if I haven't mentioned it before, by the way. Science tattoos go hard as fuck. A lot of people see it. To be fair, at this point, it's faded enough that it's really hard to tell the electrons there. I need to get it touched up. But people think that it is very much a, yeah! Yeah, what do we get? What do we get? Choo-choo! Choo-choo! Did we get a sleepy cat? We got a sleepy cat! Let's go. Or is that a dog? No, it's a cat because it's got whiskers. We got sleepy cat emotes. Let's go. Hype sleep. Hell yeah, hype sleep. That's what everyone's gonna take after this fucking stream. That's what everyone's gonna have after this stream. Everyone's gonna have a hype sleep. Let's fucking go. Sleepy mode activated. That is a fantastic emote. I love the look of that. That is so cute. You know, I got the I have your little train icon on your preview now. Oh yeah, you too. Yeah, you're the hype train conductor. Choo choo. And real chat too, just delayed. Yeah. Choo choo. Hype Pat. Did you get a different one, or is that one of the other ones that you've gotten from a previous one? Do you get I thought it was like this. I thought it was the same one for each person. Or does everyone get a random one? I thought the whole hype train got the same one. I'm not a part of enough hype trains on here to notice. But I think the last time I was part of a hype train was fucking Point Cross Subathon. Apparently we get random ones. Apparently so. I thought everyone in the same hype train got the same emote. Unless maybe you've already got the same. Unless you've already got one. Maybe you already had hype sleep. Maybe you already had it, so you were given a different one. It could be that. It could be that. Yeah. If you've already got, because there's a pool that they can be. So if you've already got it, you're given another one. Fire Night of Sleepy Domino gets the pet of fish. I thought it was a bisexual fish at first because of the color scheme of it. I saw the pink and I saw the blue and I thought it was like a bit purpley, and I'm just like, is that a bisexual fish? You got a bisexual fish, Domino. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's a fish. Hell yeah. God, that fight sucks. Now that we're all hashtag hype sleep. God, that fight sucks. God, that fight sucks so bad. Hell yeah, bisexual fish, let's go. Oh, no, that's how I do. I got this back when I was studying astrophysics. I never went to university to study astrophysics. Because I knew I was never going to get a job in astrophysics. I knew I wasn't smart enough to get a job in astrophysics. But I've always had a massive appreciation and love of just learning science and shit like that. I've always, when I was a young kid, I took a liking to that. From like the ages of 4 or so. That was a very distinct thing when I was a wee little lad, and stuff like that. So I knew I was never smart enough to get a job in it or anything like that, but I was very interested in it. So MIT, the American Michigan Institute of Technology, they put out their entire syllabus online for free at one point. So I was going through the astrophysics one, and just going through their syllabus, I also had to do a lot of additional research to understand stuff they were talking about and to see extra things as it was going through it. But yeah, I was like, right after I finished school, I probably spent like a year and a half to 2 years, where most days I'd spend like an hour or so just like going through that and learning it online. And then life and responsibilities and jobs and everything got in the way. So I don't do that anymore, but I still have a massive appreciation for it. So I got that tattoo back when I was doing that. It's the first tattoo that I got. That was the first tattoo that I got. And if you're wondering on the exact specific layout of it, yes, it is based on Watchmen. I didn't get the tattoo because of Watchmen, but when I knew I wanted a science-based tattoo because of how much I care and like science, Watchmen was an easy one to look at in terms of, oh, Dr. Manhattan's symbol looks really cool. And stuff like that. And it's also And it's also fitting with astrophysics because hydrogen, because the reason that Dr. Manhattan decided on the hydrogen symbol when he got it was because hydrogen is basically the building material of all the other atoms. It's the most basic atom you can get, and all other atoms are basically built upon from what hydrogen is and stuff like that. And that's why I also got it as well, studying astrophysics and shit like that. When things form in space and everything like that, a lot of it starts with hydrogen fusing together in different ways because it's kind of the building block. So I got it for a similar reason that he liked it, and then I got the same design as that, but I got it because I was studying astrophysics. I was like, the astrophysics was there, and then I was wanting a science-based tattoo, and then I reread Watchmen, and I'm just like, oh yeah, that would work quite well. So that's why I have that. And then that led to my bit badges in stream chats here being based on that. So sorry, totally. I'm gonna continue in podcast mode. This is all part of the YouTube video. Hi YouTube, everyone say hi YouTube. I know there's a lot of it online, and a lot of them are probably bullshit, and they get owned in community notes on Twitter, and it's really funny. But I will personally say that one thing that you see advertised all of the time on, especially Twitter, of that bit of perspex or glass that has the display version of all of the elements of the periodic table. I genuinely love that and want one of those. It is so cool. It gets mocked online all the time, and there's so many different companies that are selling knockoff versions for it for way more than other places. But I love it. It looks so cool. It looks so sick. There's also another thing that I do want to buy. I'm going to see if I can find a picture of it online. I had one with my father, but I didn't get to keep it when I moved out. No, solar system. Solar system. I want to see if I can find a picture of it online of the one that I had. That'd be definitely similar to the one that I had. The one that I had was way more monstrous. Clock. If I added in the word clock, that would probably help. If I won, everything you can do to celebrate your victory, but I'm not sure we should talk about it now. Do you mean in game? You mean in game? I can do something in game. The one that I had was way more monstrous. And I can't find anything that is that one. You know what? What if I just chuck in the word part work? Not that anyone else knows what that word means other than me who works in a fucking news agency. But! Ah, there it is! There it is. Okay. It's this. Okay. Literally this exact one. This is the exact one that I had. It's not a picture of it, but it's a picture of the magazine cover for it. I had this when I was growing up. This was one of my first big things that, like, really got me into science. I got there's so many cool as fuck clocks out there that I want to get. So I can ask for your opinions, in secret. Well, I was gonna say, there's also the Discord. There's also the Discord spoiler channel. No, this thing's a clock, but it's this. This is the exact one that I had growing up, because it was a magazine part work that you built on a week-to-week basis. Precision mechanical solar system. It's our solar system. So the big thing with this is that it's a clock. All of the planets move in real time compared to their real-life counterparts. Like, the Earth model genuinely takes 1 year to do a full rotation of this model. All of them move time accurate to their actual real-life counterparts. I built this growing up because this is part of the Eagle Moss collection, and this is a book, and this is it in the binder. It was one of those, I don't know how I know they're common in the UK. I know they're common in the UK because most of the ones we get from the are from the UK. They're part works, aka that's a news agency term. I don't know if other people know what the word part work means. But basically, they're a magazine that comes out on a week-to-week or two-week-to-week basis where you're building a collection or building a thing over each magazine. Each magazine, you get the magazine, you get the new parts to build the next part of the process. Nowadays, most of them are complete and utter rip-offs. The ones that we currently have, we have one at work right now that's building the Batmobile tumbler from The Dark Knight. It takes 200 issues to finish. Those issues come out once every week. So that's 4 years. And each issue costs $27. And it takes 100 parts to build the Batmobile from The Dark Knight. That's not worth it in any capacity. But when I got this one, it was 52 parts, so you finished it in a year, and each part was like $10 or $11. Which, to be fair, you could probably buy one of these models online for less than $500. But as a thing that you're buying on a week-to-week basis, plus you got the magazine for it, like, you can see it's in a binder. You got like a 20-page magazine or so each week with the parts that you were getting. With that, and it only being a year, and it was, like, not that expensive, that was worth it. Like, this was my pocket money for a year when I was a kid. Every week I would buy a part of this, and we finished building that. I didn't get to keep it when I moved out of my dad's place, unfortunately. I didn't get to keep it when I moved out, but I would love another one. I would love another one, because this is the coolest shit. This is the coolest shit I've ever fucking seen. This is absolutely incredible. The fact that it moves in real time was the part that got me. Like, you would have some planets on here that in your lifetime you wouldn't see do a full rotation. But I love that. But I love that idea. Because you can see, like, how many gears it is. The entire structure going up is just a shitload of gears with other gears on the sides of it. And it was just such a cool thing. But yeah. That was a big thing for me in terms of getting into science and stuff like that when I was growing up. Like, I was into science from a young kid, and then I started building that, and, like, I would read the magazine every week and get super into it and stuff like that. It was a very big aspect of it in terms of getting into it as much as I have. It's such a cool model. I love that. I would love another one. Either the same one or something that's similar to it. But this is from, like, 20 years ago. This is from about 20 years ago, so it'd be very hard to find nowadays. There's also another part work that was similar to that, done by... Well, it was done by someone else first, and then National Geographic bought it and did that, where on a week-to-week basis, it was a... Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna grab one of them. I'm gonna grab it. There's the one other part work that I have. This is to show how much of a nerd I am. Give me a second, because they're in a cupboard out here. I'm back. I wonder if anyone still has one running. There's a good chance my dad does. A lot of me getting into science came from my father. Despite how much of an unscientific, making up his own bullshit person my father was, my father liked to think that he was super scientific. He wasn't. My dad was not at all a scientific person. His own beliefs were very much based on his own things, and he didn't listen to what other people who knew what they were talking about thought very much. But he considered himself very scientific. He considered himself applying the scientific method to a lot of things about his understanding of the world. So I got into science because of him, even though his idea of science was completely and utterly fucking wrong, and stuff like that. So, but I wouldn't be surprised if he still has it. He has his running. But the one other part work that I have, and these ones cost $13 an issue. But also, it's a lot more than, you don't build anything. There's nothing that comes together for all of it, but it is these National Geographic books that are the Our Mathematical World series. This is the very first issue, because it was easiest to grab. And these ones were like $2, but they went for about, I think it was 12 or 13 by that. But this is a book on the golden ratio. It is literally just an entire book dedicated to talking about the history of the golden ratio and talking about like how it functions and the applications for it and the history of it. And these are not textbooks. This series is not textbooks. There's like 60 in the series. They're not textbooks, but what they are is just explaining a lot of mathematical history and science and application done in a way that is meant to be read like a normal book. So it doesn't feel like you're reading a textbook of reading like scientific or highly mathematical explanations of things. it's like you're reading a book. Like, the golden ratio starts with, what do seemingly unconnected natural phenomena, such as the arrangement of seeds in the head of a sunflower, the elegant spiral of a snail shell, and the shape of the Milky Way galaxy have in common? What universal geometric principle is hidden in the works of the great artists and architects, from Vitruvius to Le Corbusier, Leonardo, and Salvador Dali? Incredible as it may seem, the answer to these two questions is a simple number. A value that has been known for centuries, which continuously appears in all kinds of natural and artistic manifestations. As a result, this number has earned such names as the divine ratio, golden ratio, or golden number. To reproduce the number in print is literally impossible, not because it is excessively large, it is barely larger than 1, but because it is composed of an infinite string of digits that never conforms to a repeating pattern. And so we must turn to mathematical notations to represent the golden ratio and make it more tangible, followed with the actual literal mathematical thing for it. The entire book is written like that. The entire book and the entire series of like 60 books that I have, which I've read most of them. I think there's a couple that I've skipped because when they were getting delivered to my shop, I got them out of order, and then I lost track of which ones I hadn't read. But over the years since I got these, I'm pretty sure I've read most, not all of them. But the entire book is written like this. The entire book is written, structured like that, and written like that. But it's all about math, and all different ways that math applies to the world. They're so fucking good. This was made by an independent company originally, I think. The original series, which I also own, but National Geographic bought it out and then bought another 20 issues, and also had flat spines as opposed to curved spines, so it looks nicer on a shelf. And also it's black and yellow because National Geographic. The original series was called Everything is Mathematical, and then National Geographic bought it out and restarted the series, and have called it Our Mathematical World, and they bumped it up from 40 to 60 books. But yeah, the one other part work that I have. And again, when you consider it was like $12 or $13 per issue, and it's an entire ass fucking book, that one's worth it. Don't spend $27 to get 3 screws towards building your fucking Batman tumbler. Partworks for magazines used to be good. I've worked in a news agency for 15 years. I know about these magazine things. I know about these magazine things that they keep bringing out where you like... A lot of them are just like, build the Batman, build a 3D printer, collect Formula 1 racing cars. And all of them have gotten to the point where they're so, like... There's this one customer at work who's been collecting these Formula 1 cars. They're little model die-cast displays, like, in its own container. The quality of them is very nice. The quality of the actual Formula 1 racing cars, for what started out as a $20 car that was a die-cast Formula 1 racing car based on all different drivers, was very nice. But when it first came out, they said there was going to be 100 of them, and they were $20 each. And this one customer who's been coming to my shop for longer than I've worked there, keep in mind, I've been working at my current shop for like 7 years at this point. She's still getting them. She's still getting them. They've upped it up to 200 issues, and now each issue is $27 or $26 for hers. So a lot of partworks now will just keep adding on more and more, and the price just keeps going up over time. And it takes so many... And hers come in every 2 weeks. So she's been getting 200 parts over the space of however many years, and they come out once every 2 weeks. So she gets 26 cars a year. She's at currently like 160. And it's just so much time. But stuff like this was bumped up to 60 from an original 40. And it was $13 each, and it's a whole ass book, and it was coming out once a week, just over a year, and you're finished. This shit, some of them used to be really cool and worth it. Not anymore. My brain was saying US 13, which is like Australian 20, which I still thought wasn't terrible for the quality of this book seemed to be. Does it still say... The old ones by the old series, when it was Everything is Mathematical, used to say the author on the cover. This doesn't say the author anywhere. I'm assuming inside it will, because they're all written by different people. Yeah. Fernando Corbelan. Well, you can't read it there. But yeah. The old ones used to say the author on the cover, but when it went to National Geographic, the National Geographic branding took over the whole thing. So the author's on the inside, but not on the cover. Again, I think it was an independent thing before, because I didn't see any, like, logo or branding, but National Geographic bought it. Because the first 40 books are the same books. I just bought them all again because, one, I like them. Two, I was planning on giving the other books to someone else, and now they don't want them. So now I have 2 copies of the first 40 books. And also, it's 60 books. I want them all to look the same. This shit's cool. This shit's cool. That I'm glad I spent the money on. I've probably forgotten most of it at this point. In case anyone's wondering if I'm not a fucking dork. Yeah, I am. I just don't show it much on stream because I'm a fuckwit. I'm a fuckwit. I just care about smart topics. I find learning about shit that people way smarter than me have done and understanding how this fucking world works, that shit's cool as fuck. I'm just an idiot. That's the difference. Sorry, we were playing Hollow Knight. Can you tell I've wanted to do literally anything other than fight Markoth for 3 hours? Can you tell that the moment that we finished fighting Markoth that I've wanted to do literally anything other than fight Markoth? That I've now been ranting about fucking math books and solar system clocks for half an hour or so. We're dunking on Markoth's stinky corpse by just talking about how fucking books of maths are more interesting than him. I mean, I'm just generally that type of person who sees a book of maths that's written like a book that is designed to be interesting to read while also being educational. Removing Markoth might be a little trickier than just changing its HP to 1. And to be fair, if you change its HP to 1, that would still be okay. If you change its HP to 1, I may only take 3 or 4 hits to kill it. So that's something. If its HP is 1, I can possibly get past it. Again, if it's in a Pantheon, I don't want to fucking fight it. I don't want to fight it in a Pantheon. Even funnier, removing its shield. The lances in the second phase are still a pain in the ass. Yeah, I've got a shitload of those maths books. The thing is, something like the Solar System one or this one, because they were part works put out by a magazine company, I have no idea if they'd still exist. This is by National Geographic, so there's a possibility they'd still go and they would still make it. But I imagine it would cost more. You'd have to pay for shipping as opposed to it just being at your local news agency and stuff like that. But if you see any books like this, I very much personally highly recommend them. Because again, they're not a textbook. They're just a nice, good book to read that's written interestingly. They just happen to be about math topics. It's what attracted me to the series so much. Removing the shield if you're wearing the shield charm? That's hilarious. Going out of my way to buy a second edition textbook on college level symbologic twice because it was just that interesting to me. Yeah, see, yeah, something like that. So yeah, you'd be super down for this. You'd be super down for this. Let me look it up and link it to you in chat if you can buy it. Nat Geo, our mathematical world. There we go. I know Nat Geo has its issues nowadays because Nat Geo themselves were bought out by another company. And Nat Geo have done some questionable things in that time since they were purchased by another company. I know that's definitely something. But yeah. I was gonna say, Internet Archive has all these archives. They have the covers archived. They have the covers archived. I was gonna say, I saw something here that was on the Internet Archive. That's like they've got all the books. They don't have the books. They've classified it as a magazine, so they've got the covers of it. They don't have the insides of it. But I can click through various ones here. And it's got like, this is one on Bayes' theorem, targeting the truth. I can click one over here. And this is the art of counting, enumeration and combinatorics. And I click on another one, the secret life of numbers, mathematical curiosities. And then the 1,000 faces of geometric beauty, the polyhedra. On the other side of the mirror, symmetry and mathematics. There's a lot of topics. There's a lot of topics here. The fourth dimension, is our universe a shadow of another? There's a lot of things there. But the entire soundtrack of, I'll give surprising things like, I found the entire soundtrack of Rhythm Head and DS. Fuck yeah, let's go. Entire NES library is 1 zip. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Again, if people aren't going to sell their shit, there's literally no reason that it shouldn't be freely available. If people don't want to sell it anymore, there's no reason that it shouldn't be freely available. Literally none. Literally none. I'm seeing one book that you can buy from this series. I'm seeing literally one book that you can buy from this series. Unless you go on eBay. Wait, there's There's a website here that's selling the full set of 60 issues for £350, which is a lot. Which is a lot. There's a lot of people selling individual issues, probably that they're pawning off because they don't want it anymore. I can't see anywhere that you can just like buy them newer anymore. Again, even the reprinted series was from a while ago. I think I've downloaded that zip file. It's 300 megabytes. That might fit on the classic NES, which would be very funny. Anyway, oh, did you have a whisper? Did you two talk behind my back about one thing to do to finish off today that wasn't talking about math books? Did you two did you have a chat and a giggle about it? I was about to say there's people talking in the gaming chat, but that is Sandra talking about Mario Wonder. We'll keep it for the next stream. All good. All good. All good. We've beaten Markoth, and that's my main thing. We've beaten Markoth, and that's my main thing. So next time... We didn't even finish the Hall of Gods today. Next time... The beast is slain. Nightmare slain, let's go. Because Houston not sleep some other night. So... We still have stuff to do outside of here, right? We still have stuff to do outside of Godhome. I believe Doodles has said that she's been keeping a list of objectives for us to do. Would it be reasonable for us to, next stream, do that list of stuff to do outside of Godhome and possibly Nightmare King Grim? I just want to save Nightmare King Grim for the last thing we do before Pantheons because Nightmare King Grim is so fun. I want to save that bite to the end. I finished my Nightmare King Grim meal so early in the LP. That was like halfway through the series. So I'm savoring this bite of Nightmare King Grim for my dessert. As opposed to having it as my second entree. So, and also, just, we've had 3 streams of the Hall of Gods in a row. It might be nice to have a break and do something that isn't the Hall of Gods for 4 streams in a row. I think so, yeah, it should work, plus what me and Domino were discussing. Having a chat. The list is pretty short, you were thorough. I imagine I have most of the achievements at this point. I have most of the achievements at this point. I can't imagine there's much. I got the Hunter's Mark, for fuck's sakes. Like, that's every enemy at the least. So anything that's left isn't new enemies. Or new boss fights. I got the Hunter's Mark. Can't wait until we find out another... There's going to be another NPC that upgrades the nail even further. I'm so fucking excited to find that shit. Hell yeah. So that's going to be the plan next time. So we don't have a 4th stream of Hall of Gods in a row. We're going to go doing some other stuff. And then we might come back to the Hall of Gods to Nightmare King Grim. But that'll be fun. Even if it's difficult as shit, it'll at least be fun. Unless they change Nightmare King Grim to be a single platform in the middle and there's nothing else to it. In which case, I will cry. Honestly, even that would be better than Markoth. Thank you all so much for watching and listening to my nerd podcast at the end for an hour straight. I really needed to wind down after beating Markoth. I needed that. I need to end the stream on a happy note so I'm not miserable for the rest of the night. So thank you all for indulging me and talking about maths for way too long. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for the generosity of the money. Also, thank you very much for that. I will see you next time for whatever we're doing. I don't even know this time. But that's not different to most of this LP. Thank you all so much for watching. And until then, this is version 2. Signing out.